Alrighty. Make sure I'm up and going. I'm on YouTube. Why are you being so buggy? Just getting going. Okay, there we go. Hello there, and welcome back to another episode of Danganronpa. We last left off. Wow, where did we last left off? Oh yeah, we left off with me continuously crashing every now and then. We last left off, yeah, we had just finished the last cross trial from solving the mysterious murder mystery of that locked room. And we are now kicking off into the last final case, but I should warn everyone that watches this, please do your best to follow, because this last class trial, it's gonna be confusing, it's gonna be a lot of mixture, it's gonna be a little bit all over the place. So, last time we left off, we have found out that there was a body. We found out there was a body, and we're currently heading upstairs to find out who or what this person is. And we last left off with Genocide Jack going psychotic.
Yes!
Let's just tear that mask clean off.
Come on.
Wait, don't. But by the time he called out, it was too late already. Toko's hand shot out toward the mask, and in the next instant, it was a blinding light and deafening roar. The body blew up. It blew up. My vision started to darken. I prepared to pass out. But then...
Come on.
Hurry up, put out the fire. As my consciousness attempted to float away, the voice reached up and pulled it back to earth. Someone pressed something into my hands. It was a bucket of water. Come on, dump the water on it. Okay. The upper half of the body was on fire. I took aim and tossed the water as hard as I could. Thankfully, that was enough to put out the fire. It died down, leaving behind only the unpleasant smell of burning. I guess that took care of it. Oh, but what the hell happened, man? It exploded?
What did you say?
Had a bad feeling about that body, but I never imagined it would have exploded. And now the body...
What?
It's burnt to a crisp. That's beyond well done, man. Don't compare it to a steak. I'll never be able to eat steak again. But now that the body's charred, I really have no idea. How are we gonna find out who it was? Who it isn't here right now?
What?
If we consider who's not here, then we'll quickly narrow down who it must be. There's only one person missing. It's Kyoko. Kyoko? Then that dead body is Kyoko. No, that can't be right. Calm down. I didn't say it was Kyoko.
But
But, I mean, who else? There is one other person.
in other words,
The mastermind. What?
what
The
the
mastermind?
heck?
Oh, come on, there's no way. The mastermind got char-boiled. Get serious. I agree. Normally the idea wouldn't be worth considering, but I have reason to believe it may be true. The mastermind being dead would have explained the other matter, wouldn't it? Monokuma could hardly move around if its master is dead, right?
But
But that corpse is a girl, right? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, remember what Alter Ego said? So that same person may have very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
what the heck?
He said the mastermind is some middle-aged dude, right? Which the corpse obviously isn't. Then could that mean the mastermind isn't the headmaster? Is it the teenage girl Kyoko told me about? The ultimate despair?
Huh?
Muraku Isugaki, the 16th student at Holt Peaks Academy.
What?
What are you talking about? The other day, Kyoko confirmed with me. She said there was a 16th student here in the school.
What?
I think you better tell us everything you know. Well, all Kyoko told me was...
Yukiro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in the school. The one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
It sounds like Kyoko thinks Mikuro is the mastermind. No, the headmaster isn't the mastermind. I'm sure of that. What? I don't have proof yet, but I have no doubt that I'm right.
I see.
There's another student here, and it's a female? Ugh, that would have matched the body's characteristics.
So,
And that phrase, the ultimate despair, it sounds super mastermindy, doesn't it?
Could it be?
Okay, so the mastermind is this girl Mikuro, and she's a student here? And she's the ultimate despair? But if she's been hiding in the school like some teenage Bigfoot, how'd she wind up burnt to a crisp?
What the heck?
None of this makes any sense. It's just suddenly showed up and then died? I think we better take a closer look at the body. There may be some clues to help us figuring out exactly who it is. Ah, hey wait,
What?
aren't we forgetting something? You know, Toko?
What?
Oh yeah, she got totally blown up, huh?
Hmm.
Forget about her. I'm sure the explosion vaporized her. Oh god. Oh, she survived. Oh, she survived. Ugh. What just happened? Master?
Stop talking.
You declared for the whole world to hear that you would never again inhale a single molecule of oxygen. Oh, then I don't. No, I'm just gonna skip that sentence. This is the strangest back and forth I've ever seen. Alright, well, now let's take a look at the body then. I should take a closer look at the body one more time. Watch yourself, Makoto. She may be dead, but she's still a girl. Don't worry, I don't plan on touching the body all that much. I'm not Kyoko after all. Alright. Hold on. There's something on the ground over here. There's something next to the body. It's a key. Is it what Kyoko took from Monokuma? Oh yeah, she stole the key, that's right. That's right. The key she stole was shaped like Monokuma. This isn't anything like that. Then the key is
What?
what is it? Did you find something? Yeah, this was on the ground near the body. Hmm, I never seen this key before. What could it possibly go to? So even you don't know then?
Hmm.
Makoto, I'm going to give you a very important task. Huh?
I see.
That key might give you access to certain areas we thought were locked. You mean
So, in other words,
the biolab, the data center, the headmaster's room, and the dorm rooms on the second floor? It's in your hands. So I'm your errand now. Alright, so now we have to make our way to all three of those places? So I guess technically the first area would be the biolab. Yeah, he doesn't even fit. This is even a hard part for me too because even though I have played this game a couple of dozen times, this last case, I have no idea why, but it's so backwards on stuff. The door to the data center was definitely locked before. Okay, let's give it a shot. When I went to insert the key I found in the garden into the keyhole, it fits. Then this is the key to the data center. I've managed to unlock the data center. I guess all that running around paid off. I have to go tell everyone else. I immediately headed back to the garden. Well, I didn't get to look at the other places. Okay. So you're back. How'd it go? I found out which room the key goes to. It's the data center down on the fourth floor. Then we can get into the data center now.
I see.
Interesting. But why did the now deceased have that key on them? I suppose we'll just have to go to the data center and find out. Yeah, I think you're right.
Hmm.
Here we are. Looks like the door is still locked. Hey, so when you open the door, there's not gonna be another huge kaboom like before, right?
Uh, um.
You're asking that question now? Don't worry, we have Makoto. What?
In other words,
It's in your hands. Again? It means I trust you. That's an absolute lie. I'm just being used. Alright. I reached out and put my hand on the door. I closed my eyes and tried to clear my mind. With a silent prayer, I silently opened the door. Nothing happened. After making sure I was still alive, I slowly opened my eyes. In a word, the room was strange. I mean, all the rooms up till now were strange, but this room had a special kind of strangeness. It wasn't a surface fear like the rest of the school. Here, the fear was looking beneath the surface. The room was filled with that kind of dread.
what? What?
Hey, that's. Hero extended a trembling hand and pointed. Look at all those monitors on the wall. Look what they're showing. Each monitor displayed a different section of the school: the dorms, the class, Every part of the school was covered. This is
What?
It's the direct feed from every single surveillance camera. All the cameras in the school feed back into this room, and they displayed here on these monitors.
So that's it.
So the sole purpose of this room is to watch us. To watch us?
Huh?
Then the room is
It's all clear now.
the mastermind's private room, without a doubt. The mastermind's room? I guess that makes sense. So the mastermind was here, watching us. Then I think this just settles it.
Huh?
The body in the garden. If they had the key to this room, it can only mean one thing. That was the body of Makuro, and she was the mastermind.
Huh?
Then the mastermind is dead? Like, really, really dead? It would seem so.
What?
Serious? It's too bad they had to go and die before Master could kill them himself. The mastermind is dead? Could that really be true? Does that mean it's all over? Because, I mean, that body... Whatever happened, they obviously didn't die a natural death. So, who was that? Or, so, who was it then? But if the mastermind really is dead, that means we can finally get out of this hellhole.
How about that?
We gotta hurry up and find the exit. Come on.
That's enough.
No, we have to check this area thoroughly first. Huh? What about the exit? If the mastermind truly is dead, we can leave whenever we decide. But right now, we need to find out why the mastermind set up this life or death game in the first place. And I'm bothered by the fact that the mastermind was obviously murdered. Murdered? So, you think so too, huh?
Naturally.
The state of the corpse makes it plain as day. There is absolutely no doubt. The mastermind was murdered.
But...
Well, why's it gotta be that way? I mean, who could have even done it?
Such ignorance.
That's exactly why I said we need to investigate the purpose and identity identity of the mastermind? Something about that sentence doesn't sound right.
I'm telling you!
Now do you understand, you useless insect? You banned it from talking to Master ever again. The mastermind's purpose and why they were killed. This room may very well hold the answer to those questions. After all, the mastermind must have spent who knows how much time in here. Okay then, let us begin our search. It is time to uncover the identity of the mastermind. Alright. There's a really ridiculous number of monitors here. And the mastermind's been using them all to spy on us. As long as I have this. Yeah, I'm not gonna read that sentence. Or that one. No matter when or no matter where, surveillance cameras are following our every move. I mean, they're absolutely everywhere. How many cameras does this place have anyway? There's a bunch of computers all lined up. They look like high-performance PCs. Nothing like the ancient laptop Alter Ego was installed on. They're all on, but they seem to be locked. So what? We can't do anything? Just use your fighting spirit to force your way in. What century are you from? The mastermind must have been using these to monitor the network and alter ego. You may well be right about that.
What?
But there's no point in thinking about it now. You're right. I remember one of my friends told me a little Easter egg about this room here, because you can clearly see that everything else in this room is completely blue. But there's this green path, and these two monitors are green. So I just want to let that sink in just for a little bit. There's nothing showing up on this one. Huh? Oh, hey, look. Next to that TV. Isn't that a TV antenna?
How about that?
It is. It's just the one my grandma uses. It's totally one of those high-def antennas. Wait, so if we hook up that antenna, we can watch TV? Huh? Did someone say TV?
You know?
Well, Saturday morning, Hina's here. Are you talking about me?
Okay.
Anyway, if we can watch TV, let's do it. Come on.
You know?
You all start from info from the outside world, huh? Alright, let me work my magic, and you'll be quantum leaping into your way to TV land before you know it. I mean, I get the reference, but what's he talking about? I don't know either. Now, we're gonna check out the hidden room back here. This door is kinda creepy. Got a picture of Monokuma on it. What could be inside? No luck. The door's locked, huh? What if you use that key that opened this room? Let's give it a try, just in case. Nope, no good. It wouldn't even fit in the keyhole.
Yeah.
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. The mastermind's dead, right? So nothing's gonna happen to us. Yeah, I guess you're right. I can't stop thinking about that door with Monokuma's pictures on it. But worrying about isn't gonna do me any good. Hina's right. The mastermind's gone, so there's nothing to be afraid of anymore.
You know? Huh?
Huh? Ho. What's wrong? Good news for all you Saturday morning kiddies out there. I think I got the TV working. Oh, really? Now all we gotta do is switch it on.
What?
Then do it. Freaking idiot mastermind. All you guys need to cut free from your regrets of the outside world.
What the heck?
And they were sitting here watching TV the whole time. That really thought I could have get away with it.
Huh?
This is... It's the feed from the surveillance camera monitors in this room, isn't it?
What the heck?
What? Weird.
Come on.
Hey, what are you doing? That's really weird. You're weird. Weird in every way possible. And not just weird, just super stupid.
But
this TV isn't hooked up to anything but the antenna. So, how is it showing the camera feed?
Well...
Did you try changing the channel?
Oh,
good idea. Let's give that a try. Hero went through each channel one by one. But on every channel, it was just us. It was a live feed of us standing there in the data center.
what the heck?
Is it broken or something?
Could it be?
No, there must be some kind of trick to it. Some weird setup. A trick? What kind of trick?
Actually.
I'm not sure, but... What?
Huh?
What?
What?
Been a while, you friggin' bastards. Monokuma?
Hmm? Huh?
How? You're supposed to be dead. Me dead? Don't be freaking stupid.
What?
Hey, you're acting kind of strange. Something doesn't seem right.
Of course.
Of course, I'm different. Evolution is perfectly natural. After all, I've been hibernating for 2 years already. Not even. It's been like half a day at most.
Oh!
How are you alive again? Oh yeah, that's it. The look on your faces right now is sublime. That's what I wanted to see. The moment you went from hope to despair. Don't tell me you pretended to be dead all for this moment. Why would a bear pretend to be dead? You're the ones who pretend to be dead when you see a bear. I mean, that's totally laughable. It makes me laugh. I'm gonna laugh now.
Well now.
And that's that.
Shing!
Well, it's almost time to cut off your past, so full of hope, and begin to despair at the future ahead of you. I want you all to have way more fun in this killing game.
Huh?
You can't be serious. We have to keep going?
Let me out of here!
No, we were supposed to get out of here. Get out of here? Are you still obsessed with getting out of here?
Unbelievable.
How do you not get it? This is no getting out of here. And besides,
Yep.
this life isn't all bad, you know? I mean, there's stuff you won't like about life no matter where you are. Are you serious? This place is the worst. If it's the worst, does that mean you're in despair?
Well now.
Well, I'm pooped from all that laughing. I guess I'll just get to the point now. The point?
Hey,
You guys really struck gold when you found that TV. Oh, yes indeed. That TV is an essential part of your school life here.
What?
I knew it was hiding that kind of suit. Oh, I couldn't read for a second there. But I connected the antenna, so why is it just showing us the surveillance feed? Look how attentive they are now. Well then, I'm gonna let you in on a blood-gushing secret and tell you about it. That TV is absolutely, without a doubt, displaying the signal coming in on the antenna.
Huh?
Huh? But what does that mean?
What the
It's
heck?
displaying the signal? But it's just us standing here.
Unbelievable.
Ugh, you're so stupid. Don't you get it? Fine, I'll just tell you.
Thrills, chills, kills!
This killing game is being broadcasted live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. What?
Extreme!
This killing game is being broadcasted live to the entire world. It's the most popular thing on TV. It doesn't matter how many times he says it. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. I mean, even if I understood the words, I'm not sure I understand the deeper meaning.
Huh?
Broadcasting live to the entire world? What kind of bad joke is this?
That's...
It can't be. Have they taken over the airwaves somehow?
Oh
The
no!
camera feed is being broadcasted? No way, that's impossible. Huh? Oh, I thought someone was knocking on my door for a second.
Phew!
That kind of overconfidence is a major weakness in your crisis management system, you know? All you need is one weird trick that I found. and hijacking the airwaves is easy mode. Are you being serious right now?
Of course.
I'll let him do the talking on me. I heard a kind of cracking, but the sound wave was coming from my own mind. Like a boat tossing in the ocean, my mind had begun to creak and groan.
Hey,
Everything has a meaning, you know. All those hints I gave you, all those tantalizing tidbits about the school's mystery, even me luring you here right now. Why would I do any of that without a reason? It was all of my captive audience to show them true despair like they've never seen before. I became the director of a despair-based production. This is the ultimate reality show, the best in despair entertainment.
what are you saying?
You're lying. If this was on TV, the police and everyone else would be going crazy. Yeah, there's no way they would have tried to come and rescue us.
Actually,
What if they already did? Hmm?
yes, indeed.
But then again, it's not really any of their business, right? Sure, some people might yell at their TV to try and warn you, but who would actually come here to help?
Hmm,
Don't you think that's possible? I don't really know personally though, so whatever.
This can't be.
But to take control of all communications like that, you'll need an astronomical amount of resources. Yep. So how could things have come this far? Well, that's a secret. There's something you all need to know. Do remember first, I butchered those last couple of words.
of course.
Yeah, duh. There's a little business of mine.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
Huh?
Huh?
Class trial? Do you mean? God damn it, I can't do his laughter that long.
It's the Monokuma File!
I'll leave the next Monokuma file right here. Everyone, give it all you got, okay?
Heart-pounding excitement! I can't wait! I can't wait!
Sorry, I'm just sharing all my stuff real quick. And then he was gone. Reality was incomprehensible. The truth hopelessly out of reach. All we were left with was despair. We stood there for I don't know how long, frozen in place. I couldn't think. It took everything I had just to keep myself standing upright. Ugh, I don't understand any of this. What's despair entertainment and how is he still alive?
I'm sick of this.
I thought that finally we could get out of here. And plus, why did he say about a class trial?
Stop talking.
Well, that part's obvious. The class trial is the class trial. What it means is that at this point, we have no figure out who the culprit is. figure out who killed Kyoko? What?
What the heck?
What are you talking about? I thought Makuro Uzubaki was the one who died. The victim was female, right? Yoko certainly fulfills that condition. And if Monokuma is still alive and active, that means that the mastermind Makuro isn't dead. So naturally, that body can't belong to her. So it must be Kyoko. There is no other possibilities. The body is Kyoko's? Kyoko's been murdered. No, it's not possible. Because I don't know anything about her yet. I don't even know who she really is. To have it end like this. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe it. Whatever you believe or not doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. If you refuse to believe, it's your responsibility to uncover the truth for yourself. Myself? Anyway, we better begin. But if we're gonna have a class trial, then that means the killer...
That's right.
Correct. It must be someone participating in our school life. I spat everywhere when I said that word. Wait, so you're saying one of us killed Kyoko? Well, that's not precisely what I'm saying, no. Huh? But you just said...
Stop talking.
I don't have time to explain now. There is a veritable amount of issue I need to confirm. So, I'm going to begin my search. If you value your lives, you'll put everything you have into this. That is how this game works, after all. Well, I better start by checking out the Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. There were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. Their body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. So even the Monokuma file doesn't tell us who the victim actually was. The unidentified body, could it really be Kyoko? Or... I have no choice. I have to investigate. I have to uncover the truth for myself. No matter what, I have to find out what happened, or we're all dead. I need to get back to the scene of the crime, back to the garden. Alright. Okay, time to get started. I need to check anywhere that may be important from one end to another. I just need to do what I always do. And starting off, we're gonna check this stupid thing first. This is the panel that controls the sprinklers. They're set to turn on at 7:30 every morning, and Monokuma said the time positively couldn't be changed. Huh? Hold on. So the sprinkler turned on at 7:30 each morning, right? Then if the body was here before then, the sprinkler should have gotten it wet. Which means the murderer must have taken place. Sprinklers have been added to the truth list. I remember there was some chickens in the chicken coop. I counted 4 chickens. Huh? 4?
Yo!
What's going on, Makoto? Oh, I'm glad you're here. Listen, do you remember how many chickens there were in here? Of course, there was precisely 5. Yeah, right?
Huh?
What's wrong? There's only 4 chickens now. We're one short. That's so weird. I wonder where it disappeared.
But
We were down here just before nighttime last night. And there were definitely 5 chickens then.
what?
What are we gonna do? Going from 5 to 4 is gonna have an impact on the structure of the world.
Conspiracy!
I don't know about that, dude, but okay. It's just like a jigsaw puzzle. If even a single piece disappeared, the entire world would remain unfinished. I don't know about that. I did my best to ignore Hero and focus on the problem at hand. Why did one of these chickens disappear? Could it be related to the case? Chicken coop chickens have been added. This looks like fragments of something. They're all burnt, so I can't be sure. I can't really be sure, but I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. But where? My brain just completely whatever that's thinking. Oh wait, was it there? I'll have to double check that later. Fragmented, the body has been added. Alright. Now let's check out the body. The upper half of the body got set on fire in the explosion, so it's totally blackened. Also, the top half of the body is wet. That's because it got set on fire and I threw water on it. Since I only threw water on that part of the body that was on fire, the top half, the bottom half is still dry. In other words, it's something strange about the top of being, about the top half being wet. There we go. There, isn't it, right? Exploding body analysis has been added. Get to the hand. There's something weird about the body's fingernails. Oh, these are fake nails. They're really long. They seem like they get in the way of a normal activity. Fake nails has been added. There's also something on the back of her hand. Is that a tattoo? It got burned, so I can't make out the whole thing, but it looks like a picture of a dog or something. I've never seen anything like this before. Tattoo in the right hand has been added. Oh yeah. The white jacket the victim was wearing got totally burnt. There's only one little piece left. I don't know about that, dude. The lower half of the body didn't get wet at all. After the body blew up, the top half got set on fire. So, I dumped a bucket of water on it. Which explains why the bottom half isn't wet. There's nothing strange about that, right? Okay. Alright, that's it. There's a knife laying on the ground. Is this? It must be the knife that was stuck in the body before it exploded. The force of the explosion must have thrown it over here. The Monokuma file said the knife went all the way through the body from front to back. Does this mean the knife is what caused the fatal injury? Either way, this knife, it looks very familiar. Oh wait, is this? That's it. It's a knife the person was holding. This is getting really weird. There are just too many strange coincidences. Whoever the person in mask was that attacked me last night, they were holding that knife. And that same knife was used to stab that same mass attacker who found me. that we found here. So maybe the masked person got stabbed because when they attacked, I was in kind of a trance. Maybe I reacted by grabbing the knife, and maybe then I. And if it really is Kyoko, it would mean Kyoko is the one that attacked me. But why the mask? I just don't know. I can't remember everything clearly from last night. No, no, it can't be. There's no way. Knife has been added. It can't be. All right. Oh yeah. Just to be sure, I should check. English. This room is dusty and disorganized. In other words, I'm pretty stereotypical. A pretty stereotypical tool shed. Is this a tarp? Wait, was there a tarp in here before? I should probably take a look at it. Oh my god, I'm just butchering every sentence that I'm reading. Good god. The top is wet and covered with mud and grime. But the underside, it's totally clean and completely dry. One side of that tarp is wet and dirty. Something about that bothers me. That's the one thing in here that concerns me. Is the damn pickaxe. Yeah, this part we already know. Oh, it's not gonna add it? Oh, what? I thought I was gonna add it to the thing. Okay. It's not. Alright, I'm gonna fast forward to talking to everyone, because of course everyone's gonna give me a statement and all this stuff. Everyone's gonna give me a testimony. What do you want to talk about?
So, in other words,
I like to hear your alibi. Alibi?
in other words,
Correct. I like to hear where you were after nighttime began last night. Well, I was sick, so I was asleep all night. But why are you asking about that now? And what's nighttime got to do with it?
naturally.
Isn't it obvious? This murder took place after nighttime. How can you know that for sure? Because just after nighttime began, I came to the garden. I was going around looking for everyone, so I could tell them about Monokuma. Hiro's been spending most of his time in the garden the last few days, so I figured he'd be here. And I can confirm that when I arrived last night, there was nobody here.
In other words,
So, the murder could have only taken place at some point during nighttime after I left the garden. However, Toko, Hiro, Hina, and I were in the gym together the entire night last night. What? Once I found Hiro in the garden, we immediately went to Toko and Hina's room to get them. You just said that there was no one in the garden, so how? See, this is why I get confused, because he says right here, he literally just said no one was in the garden, and he just said once I found Hiro in the garden, whatever. At this point, we all went to the gym and began dismantling Monokuma. As a precaution, we made sure not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. In other words, all four of us have airtight alibis. The only one who doesn't have alibis are me and Kyoko.
that's right.
Whoops, I read that in the same voice. And if the victim really is Kyoko, then I'm the only one without an alibi. Also, when we went to go get Hina and Toko, we stopped by your room as well.
What?
But you never came to the door. So where precisely were you? Bruh. I'm telling the truth, I was in my room. But I was dead asleep. I had a fever, so... That's hardly an alibi. I know. So, what now? You seem to be quite the disadvantage here. I'm the only one without an alibi. That's really bad, isn't it? Byakuya's account has been added. Alright, now let's talk to our little blown up friend over here. So who does that body belong to? Whoever it is, I'm not gonna look. I don't want to faint anymore. Oh, well, okay. Listen, Makoto, do you remember how the body looked, before it blew up? If I remember right, it was wearing some kind of mask and a big white coat. Also, there was a knife sticking out the stomach and the area around it was stained with blood. Apparently, the wound had stopped bleeding, but the blood on the... Oh my god. Apparently, the wound had stopped bleeding, but the bloody... Oh my god. The blood on the body was still wet. God damn. Byakuya said not to touch it to avoid getting all bloody. But from how much blood there was on the body, I didn't see any on the ground around it.
Okay.
Wow, thanks. That was a big help. Now that you explained it, I totally remember how it looked. Well, having to talk about it like that happened to me remembered it a lot better too. So thank you too. I think I checked everything I needed to in this area, but I'm not done yet. There are other areas I need to check out, specifically that fragment I found before. Alright, we're just gonna fast forward this part because yeah. Yo, shoot. Yes, I know. Yeah. Cool. Bye. Oh wait, I gotta talk to Byakuya. Oh god, press the wrong button. You have the key to Kyoka's room, right? I was hoping I could borrow it. I'm afraid I can't take that risk. You're the prime suspect after all.
What?
Of course, if I were to go with you, that would be a different story. Then, will you go with me? Sorry, I have my own agenda to take care of. Find me again later and we'll see.
Goodbye.
Depending on my mood, I may go with you, or I may not. Come back later, huh? Okay, then in that meantime, I should look around somewhere else. Maybe I should check out the area, that one area. I believe he is referring to the data center? Unless, wait a minute, is this the part where... No, it's not, okay. We're just gonna quickly gather all the stuff that's here. Or never mind, I thought there was stuff that we had to do. Okay, never mind, we had nothing to do in this area. Alright, let's check the headmaster's room. Okay, never mind, that's been fixed. Oh wait, yeah, the part of the fragment. Yeah. Huh? Oh, I got twisted. No, wait, no, I didn't. There we go. Wait. Going the wrong way. There we go. Monokuma's laying dismantled on the floor, but I figured it wouldn't be here.
You know?
Yeah, the bomb. That piece of the corner is a fragment of a bomb. Wait, I have to go to Kyoko, or do I have to go back to the top floor? Okay, I have to go back to the top floor, okay. Byakuya, okay, let's go. Well then, here we are. Byakuya took out the key and slid it into the keyhole, and then... and it's open. Ah, I keep pushing the wrong button. So, this is Kyoko's room. There's something on the table. It's a wooden block decoration.
What?
What's that? What purpose does it serve? I think it's probably a key. The lockers at those really traditional public bathhouses use them for their lockers. I wouldn't know. I never gone to a public bathhouse. That doesn't really surprise me. It's hard to picture Byakuya doing something like that.
It's certainly possible.
But if it is a key, I think I might not know what it unlocks. Really? What? Unless I'm mistaken. I'm pretty sure I saw it in the dojo that this might go to. Ah, yeah. Okay, I think that's it, right? Yeah, nothing on her bed. Okay, whatever.
Such ignorance.
What do you mean look around a bit more? What else is there? The bathroom? What, do I need to talk to you?
What?
You wanted to come around, so what is it you were looking for? A clue that might help us understand? Blah, 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 blah. Kyoko gave it to me, said if something ever happened, I should open it.
Interesting.
Well, something has to really happen, so open it. Okay. I opened up the envelope and looked inside. Inside was a single piece of paper. Under the sheets?
What?
That's all that was in there? Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, I wonder. Part of me didn't expect to find anything, but I lifted up the sheets and... what's this? I found a crumpled up piece of paper. Class number 78 student registry. Makuro Ikusapi.
I see.
It appears to be Makuro's profile. Yeah, looks like it. That's probably the other thing Kyoko stole, what she snuck into her headmaster's room, along with the key. Yeah, the key and the book. This must be the blank that Monokuma was talking about. Kyoko said a death without meaning was unappealing, and this is what she left behind. I don't have time for your sentimental indulgence. Hurry up and finish your search. Okay. I made an effort to pull myself together and look down at the profile sheet. Name, Makuro. Sex, female. The ultimate soldier. Although small for her age, she was a military specialist trained in every weapon type imaginable. She showed an interest in the military from childhood, and soon found herself completely absorbed in it. In elementary school, she won a several survival game tournament and began writing for military magazines. Just before entering middle school, while she and her family were on vacation in Europe, she disappeared. The story of a young Japanese girl being kidnapped quickly took over Japanese media outlets. An intense international investigation turned up no information, and she was never found. However, she reappeared in Japan 3 years later, alone and completely unannounced. She revealed that she had joined a mercenary group known as Finrir for those 3 years. She insisted that she hadn't been kidnapped, that she received battle training of her own violation. However, she never revealed why she decided to return home when she did. And profile has been added to inventory. Sounds like it was non-fictional. The fear again sounds familiar. Ooh, I feel like our hero is becoming a bit and the bit player is becoming our. What happened with that sentence? What the freak? I feel like our hero is becoming a bit player, and a bit player is becoming our hero. Holy cow, that sentence.
What?
What have you got in your petty little hand there? Uh-oh, you found her profile. So what if we did?
Hey, come on now.
Don't freak out on me. I'm not gonna hold it against you or anything. And in case you're wondering, I don't hold it against Kyoka either. Even though she stole it and hid it. After all, there's no rules against stealing, is there? But who I can't forgive is Miss Utami, who broke the rules and busted into the headmaster's room. Maybe I'll drag her corpse out here and slice it up and devour it. Bears are omnivores, you know.
What?
Are rule violations really so unforgivable? You're quite adamant about those regulations of yours. Of course I am. A popular school life is built on dedication to organization and order. Which is why even I, as the school headmaster, have to follow the regulations myself. Oh? So you're saying you have to follow your own rules as well?
Of course.
Absolutely. I can't have you complaining about how unfair it all is, now can I? In fact, on that subject of fairness, would you like to know something interesting? My voice is cracking? It's about the one written in all the rules. They're actually one of the participants in this killing game. I don't think I ever actually told you how many participants there actually were, did I? I was thinking I should probably clarify that.
Hey,
When you all first got together in the main hallway back when, there was 15 people there, right? I think that first meeting may have led to a little misunderstanding among you all. A misunderstanding? Are you saying?
in other words,
That's right. There weren't actually 15 of you.
yes, indeed.
The total number of students taking part in this killing game was actually 16. 16. Then... Yeah. We already know. Yeah, we know. Okay. Yeah. We're skipping this. We know. We're all talking about Mukuro. Yeah. So where is she? I don't know. Blah, blah, blah. Kyoko wears those gloves to cover up a bunch of scars. Wait, so on the back of her hand, that tattoo. Wait, but no. Monokuma specifically said they were scars, right? Yeah, no. Now we're talking about Kyoko. Yeah, then we're talking about the tattoo. Okay, this has to be a trap. Monokuma's trying to trick us. Da. So we gotta find out who really killed Kyoko. Da. And then we gotta find out. Okay, Alright, here we are. Why is my... Oh, that's why. Okay. There are wooden lockers here. They use wooden keys just like a super traditional public bathhouse. It looks like the key we found in Kyoko's room really does go to one of these lockers.
I see.
Makoto, do you see that locker far east of the right?
Very strange.
That's the one that doesn't have a key in it at the moment. You understand what that means, right? I should probably use the key we found on that locker, right?
That's right.
Well, let's just try it. Okay. I took out the wooden block key and inserted it in the locker's metal lock, and the locker eagerly accepted the key and it opened. Ta-da! There are arrows in here. It looks like 10 arrows in total. They look like they're made of titanium, which means they're quite strong despite how thin they are. Of course, without a bow, there's nothing but strong little sticks. Strong sticks. Oh, there's something else inside the locker. It's a wadded up ball of duct tape. I wonder what this was used for. Is that a blood stain?
I see.
It is, isn't it? That means it surely must be related to the case. This duct tape is related to the case somehow. But how could it possibly be involved? Oh, I wonder. I think that's all the locker has to offer for now. Okay, so the key led to here, so now we gotta find out more. And we gotta head back to the others. Well, no, the library. Because now we have to do some research about that tattoo. I believe there was a file related to Fenrir somewhere over here. Fenrir? Byakuya seemed to know the archive looked like the back of his hand and went straight to a shelf in the back. Ah, here we go. He quickly returned with the file in hand. I meant to click Byakuya. Thank you.
I see.
Take a look at this. I have no idea what it says. What language this is. How do you make it all the way in high school without learning a single word of French? I'm pretty sure most high schoolers can't speak French. Well, whatever. I'll read it for you. But I expect you to repay your debt 100 times fold. 100 times? Isn't that kind of extreme? Fenrir is an elite fighting unit based out on the Middle East. Unlike military contractors, they are a fierce group of soldiers who engage in direct combat. They claim that a single member is equivalent to an entire company of regular soldiers. Just like Fenrir, the Wolves of Ragnarok, they were mere presence is enough to strike fear into an enemy. They have been involved in countless military battles and operations, most of which are highly classified. However, some time ago, they completely ceased all activity. At present, their continued existence cannot be confirmed. There are uncommon reports that the key members of the group were all neutralized. Rumors indicated they were killed to keep them from revealing the many state secrets they acquired. Some, however, believe there was mounting internal tension within the group, and they simply imploded.
What?
What is it? This all just sounds like some kind of alternated reality. Well, it is, and this is our reality, the only reality. These people are part of our world. Their battlefields aren't much different from our lives here. An unpredictable, unimaginable world. That's what makes it all so exciting. Exciting, definitely isn't the word I would use. So, did anything jump out at you? This may be your last opportunity to learn about Fenrir. Now that you mentioned it, the report says something about where the name Fenrir comes from, right? Fenrir. That's right. It's said Fenrir is the wolf of Ragnarok. Speaking of which, would you like to know something interesting related to that? To show that they're a member of a squad of each team, each shoulder that joins a squad would get a tattoo representing the Fenrir somewhere on their body. What? They got a tattoo of Fenrir? Could that mean... Oh, it's been updated.
Time is utterly silent, and yet it constantly assaults us, organisms, the Earth, natural phenomena. It damages us little by little until the end. You should really think about that. Anyway, it's time to begin the class trial. So, please meet up in the usual spot. See you later.
Then the time has come again. All we could do now is try to uncover the truth during the
That's
class
right.
trial. It would seem that way. Let's go. What's going on with my phone? Why are you being weird? Don't freaking tell me I... Okay, no, I'm still good. Okay. Goddamn live stream. Squeeze. Whoa, Byakuya and Makoto showed up together. Where the heck were you two been? You just disappeared without a word. We were investigating, of course. How could you not figure that out by this point? Makoto ranked high enough for you guys to go off together? Just the two of you?
Huh?
What, are you jealous?
Hey.
Or are you making up some kind of creepy fantasy for yourself?
What?
Stop talking and brace yourselves. He'll be here any second. Any second? He showed up at any time. When I imagined what was about to happen, I immediately tensed up and prepared myself. But we stood there for 5 full minutes, waiting for something to happen. And then 5 minutes became 10.
Why?
What's going on here? Why hasn't Monokona shown up yet?
Could it be?
Maybe he died again? What should we do? Should we keep waiting here, or... Or what? Oh, Jesus. Did I scare you?
Come on.
I demand an explanation. Why did you waste my time and make me wait like that? What? I made you wait? You got it all backwards. You're the ones making me wait. Huh?
In other words,
I'm waiting for everyone to arrive. We can't start the trial. We can't start till everyone's here now, can we? What are you talking about? Everyone is here. We've all been waiting for you. Sorry, but you're wrong. But I've been waiting 10 minutes now, so it's okay if I punish the ones making us all wait, right? If we all agree it's a violation, I'll arrange a punishment right now. If it's me you're waiting for, I'm here. When we heard that voice, we all spun around to look.
Hey,
I'm here, and no rules been broken. Yoko! Yoko? You're still alive? No, that's a ghost. Oh, stop talking. If you wanna fight, do it at the class trial. You need to save some of the fun for later, right?
What?
But is it okay that there's no particular penalty for being late?
is that right?
I made it here just fine. What school regulations did I violate? Am I wrong? Ugh, you're so selfish. so spoiled. You're right, there's no penalty officially, but I bet you'll be sorry later.
Shing!
No, I'll make sure you're sorry later. Anyway, hustle your butts into the elevator. I'll be just one step ahead of ya. When Monokuma was gone, we all rushed up to Kyoko. Kyoko, so you really didn't die?
Indeed.
Of course I didn't die. Thank God, I'm so glad you're okay. Perhaps, but that's not necessarily a good thing for us. Hmm? He's right, now we gotta deal with a ghost. I told you, stop talking.
Let's go.
Come on, let's just go. Whatever we need to discuss, we can do it during the trial. Without even looking directly at Kyoko, Byakuya stepped into the elevator. Master, wait for me. Good call. Who knows what might happen to us if we all take too long.
But
I'll be happy when this trial is all over. One after another, everyone piled into the elevator. But I couldn't help myself. I had to talk to Kyoko before the trial started. Listen, before we get started, I have to ask you. Where have you been this whole time? You used the key of yours to go somewhere, didn't you? So?
Correct.
I went to investigate the second floor of the dorms. The second floor?
That's right.
There aren't any monitors or cameras there, so I was able to avoid Monokuma completely. Of course, I also missed his announcement because of that.
Whew.
I had no idea a body had been discovered. Then, when did you find out?
So...
Just now. I finished my search and came back down just in time to hear the class trial announcement. I took some time to go over the crime scene first. I can't go to a trial completely uninformed, can I? So that's why you were late.
However...
I'm sorry I kept you all waiting. But if you are on the second floor of the dorms, then that's what the key you found goes to?
Wrong.
Apparently, to be more precise, oh my god.
In other words...
I used Monokuma's secret tool, which can open any lock in this school. What?
just a second.
Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up before we get in trouble with Monokuma.
Makoto.
We can go over all the details after we get through the trial, okay, Makoto? Right now, I just want to focus on surviving our current situation.
It would seem...
But this is possibly the single most crucial moment so far for me. For her? That's a strange way to put it. Class trial is important for everyone, right? So, why would she say it's a crucial moment for her?
Goodbye.
Well, if that's all. Seemingly unconcerned, Kyoko made her way to the elevator. I'm just overthinking what she said, right? Being the last one, I stepped into the elevator. And the door slid shut. God damn, look how empty that elevator is. This time, the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the mental pressure that comes when preparing for an execution. In that dusky darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After a miserable amount of time, the doors opened without warning. I'm going to a southern action. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eye, but it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the blinding light of despair.
I can't wait! I can't wait!
I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Let's get on with the show. And so the curtain opened for the fifth time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly fate, a deadly last trial. But of course. Alright, so we're just gonna do a quick recap of everything. Because that's what I'm saying. This entire thing, this whole case is gonna be freaking nuts. Alright, so we're gonna start off with this. The Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown, so we have no idea who the corpse is, but we have a current hypothesis that it's the soldier lady. Exploded body analysis. The explosion has burnt the upper half of the body beyond recognition. Still, everybody knows that we don't know who it is. We're just finding out that Kyoko is alive. So that throws that, but everyone currently thinks that it's the other person, the mastermind. Fake nails. Now, the question is why would this fake body be wearing fake nails? Now, the next part of it, the tattoo. The tattoo on the right hand clearly has the mark of what we just learned right now was the Ferna, the soldiers of Ragnarok, or whatever the hell it was. Next up is the fragments near the body. So, for a fact, we know how this body was hurt. We know how for a fact how this body blew up. Now, the hard part is going to be figuring out the time of death. Because the time of death, from what we learned here, is that at 7:30 the sprinklers go off every morning. That's what we know so far. We can also assume that the body was definitely destroyed and or killed before 7:30 in the morning. Now, here's the tricky part. At 7 a.m., Makoto wakes up to the morning announcement. At 7:30, Makoto and Hina arrived in the dining hall. Between 7:30 and 9 a.m., Makoto meets the others in the gym and together they headed to the master room. Which also they're leaving out a detail that they also dismantled the Monokuma doll, hence finding the bomb and the mastermind that's disappearing. 9 a.m. Hoko is told to find the pickaxe in the garden where she discovered the body. Now this here is going to be the curveball of everything. The knife found near the body was the same knife that was used to stab before the explosion. Now, as we all know, Makoto was left to keep track of this knife. So obviously evidence and so far everything is being pointed to us, unfortunately. Now, this tarp. The tarp was hidden among the other items in the tool shed. One side was wet and filthy with mud and grime, while the other side was completely dry. Now, I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea why this is involved as a thing, but one chicken disappeared. I don't know why. Now, Bianca's account, his alibi is stated that there was no corpse in the garden just after nighttime last night. So it can be assumed that the murder have taken place sometime after that. So now we have more of a time zone. We have more of a past midnight to up till 7:30 in the morning. We also have the body before. We know it was a corpse. We know the corpse had a mask covering the body. We also know that apparently this body was stabbed to death, from what it says. Next up, we went to Kyoko's room and we found out that how she had hidden information about Mukuro, the ultimate soldier. Next up is Monokuma's account. Apparently, this whole killing game had begun with 16 participants, all of the students. Also, we now can include that Mukuro was one of the 16 students. Next up, while we were in Kyoko's room, we had found a wooden key That wooden key we found out that led to a dojo. The dojo inside had both these evidence of titanium aluminum, a bloody duct tape, which we don't know why, which we're going to solve in this case. Last but not least, we have Kyoko's alibi. Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool, which grants access to any room in the school, to sneak into the second floor of the dorm. This area seems to have no monitors or security cameras. And just like she said, she didn't know about the announcement going off till she walked out from the second floor and heard the class trial announcement. So, as far as I know, that's all the preparation that we need for this trial, so let's go ahead and get to it.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
He's still on about
right
that.
No, that's a ghost!
But she has
This
legs
guy.
and stuff.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
Oh, good
There's a
God.
limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
What are we doing? Phasmophobia over here?
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her. Well, I mean, the gloves.
I got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to... Alright, let's get to it. Oh boy, okay.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
No, that's wrong. No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Goddamn. Freaking hero, dude. Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. Alright.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
But the exploded body...
Kyoko really...
Wait. Let me double read that just in case. The explosion is part of the upper body of Okay, so maybe not that one then.
Then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify...
Ah! Wrong button.
the
Fire.
body...
No, that's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, he'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
Freaking Coco, shut up.
Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Bro, shut up.
Seriously?
Censor
really
your
did something
fucking
that
mouth.
humiliating?
Goddamn.
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
If you compare the tattoo to the other information we have, the victim's identity should be clear. Which, from what we know, is going to be most likely Pro.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Indeed.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is... Oh god, not this. Oh. I have no idea why this is even a thing.
Now I understand.
This was completely unnecessary, like,
The
god.
representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, we being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
Indeed.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us, just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this. No matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope! There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Based on what we know, there can only be 2 suspects. And well, yeah.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The 4 of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the 4 of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
So the only suspects now are me and Kyo. Damn it. I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
So what time was the body discovered at? I guess at 11 o'clock since it was after 10?
Shoot!
Okay, so 9 o'clock. Okay, 9 o'clock.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
I got my time all mixed up there, but whatever. Oh, I forgot she said that. I totes forgot about her saying that.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m. I don't have an alibi for 10 p.m. till 7:30 p.m. Okay then, let's say the game has begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to provide the murder didn't happen during that time. I don't have an alibi. During the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear what the body ended up in the garden.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time. We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't...
Yeah, from to 7:30.
Shoot!
We've established a time frame for the murder.
It took place somewhere between 9 o'clock.
I remember I need the 7:30. I remember I need that.
That's more than enough time.
And then all of
Makoto,
this
if you have any objections, now would be...
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
Shoot!
We've established a time. It took place somewhere between 9 o'clock. Yep. And Makoto...
Yeah, from to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think.
The sprinklers are programmed to come on every morning at 7:30 and it's the time when impossible to change. As such, it can be assured that the body has been in the garden before 7:30 and the ground was. Okay, what was the other thing? Exploding body analysis. The upper half of the body, the upper half was stuck well.
So maybe if you have any objections, now would be the time.
We've established a time frame. It took place somewhere between 9 o'clock. Yep.
And Makoto doesn't have...
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Damn it. Okay.
Shoot!
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. And Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
I'm trying to.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep. And Makoto...
Yeah, from to 7:30.
That's more than
enough time to commit. So Makoto, if
Did
you
my
have
game
any
glitch?
objections,
Hold
now
on.
would
I'm
be...
gonna try that again. Cause wait a
We've
freaking
established a
second.
time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
Shoot!
Okay.
I refuse to give up yet.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between...
No, that's wrong.
God damn that sprinklers for something. God damn it. I freaking thought I...
Actually, the
Playing
murder
tricks
couldn't
on
have
me.
happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you
Oh
say
my
such
God, Toko.
indecent words?
No,
Censor your
I'm
shit,
saying
bro.
that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean? By denying the sprinkler, are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
I need to prove that it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with certain evidence that should be written. I pushed the wrong button.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! I don't know anything! Hold on! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! How can you say it was
This should prove it. Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac!
I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because While the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Which would mean that Monoku's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it.
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial, something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
A certain something at the scene would have used to cover the body. Would it have been... What they're referring to is this.
I got it! You're talking about the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Indeed. Why will Kyoko say that? Why will she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now. That trap. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the trap must have touched the body, right? Tarp, not trap, tarp. but the body.
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motives. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
I remember the blood on the body hadn't dried yet. Byakuya even warned us not to touch it to avoid getting any blood on us.
By covering the body...
The corpse, the body hadn't stopped bleeding.
Body with the tarp. The killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water.
Ah, what?
Shoot!
Okay, maybe it's the
By
sentence
covering the
before.
body, the killer prevents.
So the reason the tarp was only is because the sprinkler.
But the underside, it was
And I
totally
totally.
Because that side, since it was facing, of course it didn't get dirty.
Ow!
By covering the body, the killer prevents.
So the reason that was because the sprinkler.
But the underside, it was totally
It's because that side, since it was facing, of course it didn't get dirty.
There we go. That's
No, that's wrong. Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Byakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Thus, washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? The blood was
What if,
camouflage.
after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what
Maybe.
Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Hey, thank you for whoever subscribed. I thank you. I appreciate that a lot. They got blood from that missing chicken.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off. But the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body, the coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe, but still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
Oh, but did he?
That's not...
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
Jesus.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
Bruh. Bruh. And the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? Oh, and there's the biggest mystery right there is why am I
Well
getting
then,
a truth
it
bullet
looks like
in the
we're
middle
back
of
to
the
square
game?
one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
This is more importantly, the knife is
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up until now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
No, my friend.
What a horrible man you...
Fragments near the body was part of the blood. Should have been noticed in the blood. It's hard to imagine these later.
Poor Makoto.
Disguised dead body. We already established that the coat was part on the body after the shot was removed, which means when the knife was thrust into the coat of the body, the murder took place before the sprinkler turned on. The suspect covered the body with the tarp to prevent it from getting wet. Later, when they removed the tarp, the suspect placed a white jacket on the body. This jacket had previously been treated with blood to make it look like the corpse had been.
Knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
No, that's wrong. Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
all of y'all really need to read the Monokuma Files. The Monokuma Files gives the biggest thing ever, dude. Like, what the hell?
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Then the knife
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kinda goes back to the beginning, but... what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Don't be rude,
Well, if you're so
Byakuya.
smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic-level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
Talking about the Monokuma bomb. Okay, I guess I might have to use the fragment.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural. Because, of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect, you, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine, I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Okay, no, I have to copy that and then use it on the
Then
guy.
shall we continue? The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't me.
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it.
And more than that,
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Thank you.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah. She was already...
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma... That's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
What?
Shoot!
Okay, wait a minute. Let me...
then shall we continue? The victim's fatal...
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't me.
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was a cover-up and all the other wounds on the body weren't fresh. Which only leaves
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct? Shoot!
Okay,
Then
this is
shall
gonna
we
be a little
continue
bit
the
tricky.
debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah, she was already...
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other...
Oh, yeah. According to the monk...
Wait. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
That's gotta be it! There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Shoot it! No!
Then shall we continue the victim's fatal
Give me
injury
this.
has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't and then...
Oh, yeah. That's gotta be it!
And more than that, the victim
Had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Shoot!
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Okay, that's
Well,
true.
yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it! There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was the cover-up, and all the other ones on her burns weren't fresh. Which only leaves...
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
The explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't because of...
Talking about the
There's
balloon
only
in the
one
back
other
of the
Oh,
head.
yeah. According to the Monokuma, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her...
I'm using the wrong thing. Okay, I need to listen to it again.
I refuse to give up yet.
I need to listen to it again because I'm clearly missing a little bit of detail.
Then shall we continue the debate? The
Okay.
victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
The knife was covered up and all the other ones on the body were unfresh.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that,
Yeah, but the...
the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Okay, hold on. Maybe... No, wait. Okay, hold on.
Then shall we continue
The
the
lie...
The explosion didn't kill her for...
Well, yeah.
And it wasn't and then...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's gotta be it.
The lie
There was
is
evidence
this
that
part
showed
here.
she was
This
hit
is
on
the
the
lie.
back of her head.
And more than that, The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. I guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body. Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined.
Oh my fucking god. I was just gonna start throwing shit out the window.
Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Yes,
Oh,
and
yeah,
that's
good
the
point.
hidden truth
They're
about
old.
it all.
I guess they don't really matter.
Come on.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh! I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
I mean, yeah, you right.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
Oh, Jesus.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
Titanium arrow.
I got it! Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something, and that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Yippers.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kind of weird.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
Because there's one more thing about that weapon. And it's a dang bloody duct tape.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the
Oh,
murder
I didn't know I
weapon.
could do this.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file,
There we go.
it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
No, that's wrong.
You're forgetting about the tape, bruh.
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled-up wad of duct tape. The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
Unfortunately, we do.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to. The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
We all know the evidence. The hard evidence was this damn key.
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is... right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No,
That too, yes.
It's
but
not that I want to defend her. It's just... there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
Then does that mean she... And... Yep.
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait. I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know. Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Yeah, bruh.
Never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
And now we have to go back.
Those words you just spoke.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone.
Byakuya, what are you?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
Because now we have to. This is gonna be the most
If I'm
confusing
right,
part ever.
Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room
Huh? Why not?
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room...
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
It would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us, an obvious lie. But this just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind has laid out for us. I believe this was mentioned on the last trial case. Yeah, English. What can I do? What should I do? The mastermind's trap. The victim was Mikuro, and Kyoko killed her? What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? The mastermind's trap. You spend all your time to avoid it, you'll be able to never know. What do I do? I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. Now, I have three options here. I have the option to pursue the lie, to continue to push Kyoko until she admits the truth. Or we can let it go, or we can choose to run away. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and pick which one I know is the correct one, and I'll explain the other two once I end up selecting it. So for now, we're gonna let it go. I've made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here, something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room, that it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
It had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead, and then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Voting time?
God, I gotta see on that one case. Goddamn.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job.
Yep.
Yep, they got it right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense.
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trial. I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills! Chills!
It's time for
kills!
your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I? Yoko.
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Yoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Now, for those who are watching from the future and current, or past, however time works, remember what I said earlier in that room. Huh? What's this? What's going on? Hey, was that? Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter ego. Alter ego? Is this some kind of stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell! I don't believe this.
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. Now, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words...
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an inch. That stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-themed pit in a way that's even better spun it. Special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all of this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words...
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in the bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peaks Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. Which hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the creme of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which means Hope's Peak, a pretty fitting name. There are two things you need to attend this school. 1. You have to already be attending high school. 2. You have to be at the very best at what you do. No ordinary student can enroll here. The only way in is if you scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school, filled with the ultimate students, was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I've ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Yeah. Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body starting to come back together again. And then I was awake. Or was I just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invaded my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast dark cabin with a faint hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But there was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remember all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me, and he used up the last little bit of strength to do this. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First up was to look around for a way out of it. God damn. Imagine falling all that way down here. Now, I don't know if you remember this, but this was in the very first episode. That's a rocket and a tank. I better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. This is a desk. That's probably the one that fell down here with me. Now we gotta look at this. Is that an airplane? How's something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? Yeah, there's a lot of planes. There's one plane, two planes. I think there's a third one back here. Then there's a tank, and then there's that rocket from the very first execution, the very first one that was done. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How can I be sure which liquids I can drink, and which ones are all around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But there's still not enough reason to give up because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'm never giving up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. Ah, what the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled and formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from up above. What could it have been? Did a giant piece of trash just fell down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was.
It smells awful.
Kyoko!
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick slap shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey,
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat. We can talk once you've finished. Then thank you. I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. That really hit the spot. Now, I got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I could keep going forward is all about all I'm good at. Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why'd you come to rescue me?
so
To pay a debt, or no, to atone. Atone?
you...
During the class trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So, you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive no matter the cost. Why do you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive,
In other words,
is so that I can do what I came to this. Is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. God damn that sentence. What? I've made up my mind to come to Hope Peaks Academy for one very important reason. Oh boy. So you have some reason for coming to Hope Peaks Academy.
indeed.
That's right. At least I did once. Once? Until recently, I've forgotten what it was. You forgot, but that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. Yeah, we remember this weird talk. No memory. That's impossible. Amnesia, yeah. Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school? I do. I don't know if anyone else does. I don't know. The first thing. You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too. And when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at the point my memory was gone. At that time, I had forgotten. I couldn't remember why I came to this school, and I couldn't remember why my ultimate ability was. But what will make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
Indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I could come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability, somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plan. So the mastermind just stole them for you?
However,
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if you want, but if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us. What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it. The mastermind, one of us? If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you for help, you to help me. But why me? Because among everyone, you were listed likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition. But I see. I think I skipped a sentence there. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
Ah, it's just like the dream I had before. What did this just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. God dang it. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So, how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember. But at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability, my ability, which everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. The ultimate detective?
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Pizza Cabin. There was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone. Who?
So,
Well, it was the headmasters of Hope Pizza Cabin. The headmaster? Why do you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
In other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope Peaks Academy. Yoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? Then that explains when Otoigor told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way.
Huh?
No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
So,
Yoko, what's going on? Yeah, that's when she was being weird back then. Well, back then, but being weird now. My memory hadn't came back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose from coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstandings. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I've seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then, what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in it. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicions, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I had found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. This is some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peaks Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room along with Monokuro's profile and that key. That map showed the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time, and I figured that headmaster would have had some kind of private room there. I assumed that it was there too. That room would likely have more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is... The moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important and really ominous.
However...
Of course, once I blah blah blah, which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mokuro, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then, who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I just say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mokuro Isuba was to get me murdered. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. It was? Sleepy Sleepy. It was. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school's regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimum restrictions, you are free to explore Hallspeak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind is a man about following the rules, and with the rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't sleep in because of the rules. That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
hey,
There's one thing I like to point out about the murder of Mikuro. What's that? There was a point where Mikuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. It, I could have been the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean during that night? I can hear them, The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into case just like this.
Anyway,
which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away as I followed him. I saw the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
that wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to whoever the masked assailant was. They ended up dead.
correct.
And the murderer was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. So all this will mean whoever killed Makuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And not just Makuro. They need the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So, what does it all mean?
In other words,
it means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered.
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mikuro was the ultimate despair and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever causes that event. You're talking about what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair?
It would seem
that despicable group whose only purpose and motivates comes from despair. Then they're, make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Yeah, that freaking rocket. Golly. Do you want to say it? But of course, because we're not even close to being done yet. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused a tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figure out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. It's locked, but we have a way to open this door. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolute vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I will never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use that on the door, correct? Alright. Hey Kyoko, we can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with Monokuma's design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... Yes! It opened.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Now, before I continue, I should explain those other two or the other ending option. So, when you first play this game, you're sent out, to solve the murder mystery. So, of course, if you would have persuaded the lie of Kyoko had done, unfortunately, in unturned events, the game would have ended there. But I mean, you can look up that ending because that ending is just weird as hell. So that's why I decided to choose to let it be. So this is why we are where we are now. Finally, we were finally free. But that wasn't even time to take a breath of relief because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in the tunnel exceeding straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I could remember. I came from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time where being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So,
Right.
because we take pride in it. Pride.
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society, which is why we made a conclusion effort to conceal our existence. A conclusion
It's true.
effort? It's kind of old fashioned, and I can't say it's relatively rational, but it's our family creed, and we do what we must do to protect it. Because like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains. Before I came, I was looking up and blah.
However,
And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Hmm?
I...
In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kiriko detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you will go so far to enter Hope's Peak's Academy, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
What?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Hmm? But you'll be reuniting after all these years, right? You would have also had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However,
There is something I want to say to him, though. What?
I...
No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. Well, what is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young. So I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely entitled. He was in line to become the next head of the Kiriga family. He was talented and he had a promising future,
However...
but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. No longer after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument. As young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
Right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I had gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However...
But there's one thing that I can never forgive. Really?
So...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However...
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But your family, to just cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. I was so shocked to hear her saying something like that. I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after, I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. Looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak Academy is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we come out. I've unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. That is a very wooden door noise to make for a metal hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we found out there. Now, we're back in Hope's Peaks Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you do that. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so there might...
Listen.
You're worried? Well, yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's get a concrete answer.
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you faking. Wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we'll find out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry, what you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind's ensnared? You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Bokuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it better be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Alrighty, let's make our way over there. Oh god. I was combining into the wall. Ugh.
Well now.
Hey. Yoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't believe it!
But Makoto is supposed to be dead. What's he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
Shing!
If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but this is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again. And this time I won't let anything to chance. Kyoko,
Right.
do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
now,
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right?
Huh?
I lose?
Hey!
You! Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? It was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crushing down. The result of the trial weren't all were you expecting. Because you never imagined that in the position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and tried to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation, no more than that. You must have realized that, Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. And entirely that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of being that could have come to our aid even after you killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Makuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose. You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well?
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence?
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only ever one absolute truth. And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. Water. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence.
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you want to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
to do Makoto's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey.
Well, now that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown. In other words, this would be our chance to expose the true identity of the Makuro's killer of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed. Barry?
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little bit. So, time for bear jokes. Now, what you suggest might be possible. It wouldn't certainly make for one honey of a climax.
In other words,
does this mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, it'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it will cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm free-bearable to agree to your terms? That word. Will you hope win out? Or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this isn't a long-winning climax, right? Just because the killer is barely a fitting end.
You guys!
So for the final face-off, you have to unearth all the mystery that had been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right, every last mystery that pawning around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you claw your way to the truth of Makuro's death and solve the mystery of this school,
You guys!
then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we uncover every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this all has turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement. You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulation, and have a trial for moral cruel is no exception for that. Huh? A cruise trial is no exception. Then it's part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Makuro. It's a very polarized approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step into Hope Speaks Academy since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really angry!
I'm done talking to you. I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad?
Whew.
Why he's so mad? It's only a game. He seems emotionally unstable.
Hey!
Leave me alone and get out of here. Okay, I'm going. I'm just... You really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You all gonna get your punishment later anyways. I don't need to start getting ready. A super duper extra super punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Okay. Monokuno's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. I could barely believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. Still had my life and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
however,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true.
whew,
But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would have accepted my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so,
They had no choice but to accept.
because,
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So, when was it when the mastermind let their guard down?
so,
I wasn't there to hear for myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen,
And what do you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull.
However,
And yet, somehow, the mastermind was able to do
in
it.
other words,
But think of it another way. There must be some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason?
so,
They had to show the world something no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world?
it would seem,
The mastermind had been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all the rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations did exist, nobody would have killed
in
anyone.
other words,
So the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept? You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair. The mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's just ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. The group whose purpose and motivates comes from despair. But is that their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness. What?
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast the killing game to the world. The mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable and their own regulations. If their mastermind simply ignored their rules, they would have began a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. And that's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That's it, precise reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial following all the proper rules to get me killed. Then they began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to the failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead of who also was not the killer. And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they would have violated their own regulations. But all of that was just a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance, because you believed in me. Another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I don't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reason. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got it right this time. At least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally could have told you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a stronger demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I had shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this game.
correct.
I mean, this time. Or even we've gone through, we have been for nothing. What was wrong with that sentence? What the heck? You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know our real enemy is. We all have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however,
Is that really possible?
anyway,
Anyway, right now we have to go find the
shall we
others.
go?
They're probably in their dorm somewhere. Shall we go? Oh, but of course, let's go. God. This whole. That's why I like this game so much. It's so good. Oh, man. I guess first let's talk to. Let's not do Byakuya first. Let's do Little Miss Hina.
Hey,
I don't think she's here. Come on, we need to keep looking. Fine. Let's go talk to Byakuya and them then. Celeste, Chihiro. Oh, talking.
hey,
I don't think she's here. Come on, we need to keep on looking. Okay.
hey.
Okay, wait a minute. Maybe... Okay, the gate's closed. Wait a minute. Maybe everyone's in the dining hall. And suddenly we were greeted with... Oh, now that's a sentence. You again. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional stability has reached its limits. Jeez, what the heck?
However,
I wonder what that was about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ah,
Is that Makoto?
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
Huh? You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
everyone was there. All of my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away! Shoot! Shoot! And in a flash, my tears dried. I still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me neither. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was Alter Ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say that they had their life saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you.
Yo!
Makoto, what was it like hanging out in the spirit world? I didn't go to the spirit world.
You know?
Did you go talk to her? Who? Miss Chloe? No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo? Cleo? Bell? So what have you guys been doing while I was gone? Well, we figured that since the trial was over, we'd have access to a new place again. And? No dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked. So, there weren't any new areas. Then where can we go to find new clues? You stink. Are you rotting?
I'm telling you!
Rotting physically, mentally, everywhere where you could be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. The smell is so smelly. Ugh, God, I'm not gonna read that. I win. She seems happy for some reason.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma. Explain? Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what we all have to tell you. I need to tell you all about the last class trial.
Huh?
Last class trial?
In other words,
We're going to redo Makuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it. Like I keep telling you.
Wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you.
Huh?
But then, who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the mastermind killed Makuro?
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? You make it sound like it was easy. I just, you know.
however,
But executing Makoto who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulation. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really didn't break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said, now it's the mastermind that it's snared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean!
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. So knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Makuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind. But there's more to than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time, and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Oh no!
Everyone?
I hate you.
Hey, who said you could agree to those terms without telling the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible. Anyway, at this point, the only way for us to survive is to unveil the truth.
Interesting.
In other words, one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I think. But figuring out the mastermind is and how they killed Makuro and all the school's mysteries. It's a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all the mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to survive all this mystery.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns anyways, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and only one of those 16 students.
I see.
Then Kyoko's option is perfectly reasonable. But why?
So, in other words,
if the mastermind really is the one who killed Makuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in this school, right? Monokuma could have probably murdered Makuro, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
In other words...
But, according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peaks Academy are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the mastermind is there was 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning, and added in Makuro, and you get 16. So the mastermind would have had to have been one of them.
That's right.
And of those 16 people who started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now?
What?
You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way!
You can't be serious. Well, wait, we can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The mastermind being one is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair? So they must have been a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was a mastermind, they have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you even see acting of suspicious anytime Monokuma was active? Maybe they snuck up and controlled him in secret. I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
Right?
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't have been entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Well, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we have to begin our investigation. But I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyways.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Tagomi blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Goodbye.
Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. But Master, he didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Dare you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream of coffee. You're totally useless. So bye. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right. Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Well, wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall.
Aww.
Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves. What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing.
But...
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
Cause, I mean...
But up until now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto? Huh, that's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've been mostly totally useless.
Okay.
So I figured, as long as here at the end, maybe I could find something that'll help us all get out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you all later. Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
So, you're gonna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However...
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're gonna do our research secretly, doesn't mean we can still work together.
So...
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigation doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as a spiriting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then...
Well, I better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check. Monokuma said all the doors in the schools have been unlocked, right? So, we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We could visit all the places we couldn't go before. Makoto? No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Yoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of this school. And then we can all escape together. Alright. I guess I'll start by taking another look at the Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. There were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Murako Usabaki, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So, where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the bio lab, and the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and the second floor of the dorms where the gate was down before. They should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. Oh, that to-do list. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and just make our way upstairs. First things first, we're gonna check out the bio lab. Yeah, the reaction of them seeing that he has survived. I mean, when you watch the anime, they have like a slight animation of like them running into the room, being like, "Oh my God, you're alive!" And then, well, yeah. If I remember correctly, the game was created before the anime, so yeah. Well, here I am in the bio lab. It's so cold in here. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? Oh, I wonder why. There's a stack of tarps here. I've been seeing a lot of these lately. There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side, Nothing. Okay, there's two of them. There's some kind of weird machine or something built to the wall. I've seen something like this before. And that's it. I've seen this kind of thing in a horror movie and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does this mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. There's some kind of booklet here. It looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative surrounded by the ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicide lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the catheter and the blue light. Well, okay, they're talking about how these fridges work. And I believe that's it for now. Yeah, that's it for now. Gonna say the same thing? Yeah, okay, same things. Oh no, it's different. The right hand lights are off. We're looking around and I think I get it. It seems clear to me now. It was a makeshift morgue. There we go. And about the lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so those when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on. Which means inside each slot lit up in blue, another one of the victims is blue light. Yeah. I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's dead. And that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option. That's kind of crazy, like now if I think about it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's kind of crazy, like, how the hell did Monokuma, like, get the remains of the... I mean, I can understand, like, maybe the first 3, 4 people, but how did he get everyone else? One person he set afire, another person was squished to death, and then, well... So, one of them got obliterated, one of them got turned into food. So it's like, how the... I don't know. That's super weird. Alright, so we're done with the biolab. Now... well, we do gotta go check out the garden again. So, since we're up here, let's go ahead and knock that out of the park. It's gone. Makuro's body, it's not here. There's still 4 chickens left. Honestly, I'm kind of terrified if there was any more than that. Okay, let's just fast forward looking for things and such. Maybe the body's inside the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. I didn't find anything even close to a dead body. But if it's not in here either, then it must be... Could it be in the biolab? But corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. A tarp played a key role in another case, so I better get a good look at it. The killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet. Which means the killer might have left some clue behind. I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp on the corner of the tarp. It says Biolab. Then this originally came from the Biolab. Alright, now we can leave this area. That's all I really need to check here. And then I think I need to go back one more time, I believe. Just to confirm the pile, I believe. Let's Psychotherapy, I've been seeing a lot of these lately. Okay, never mind. Alright. Do I need to go back to the dojo? I don't think I need to. I think I... Oh, Toko. Oh, Toko, so this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight? No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you found a clue. Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not one single clue. Ugh, I figure since this place was related to the case, it would have had to something, right? But there wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Give it back. Give me back my precious time. Calm down, Toko.
What's your problem?
Don't tell me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna call me useless, good for nothing. Nobody's gonna say that. Master will. I'm not sure I could disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Ah, well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'll get going. Just in case. Okay. Alright, so now we'll go downstairs and we'll check out the data room.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto, are you here to look around too? Is that what you were doing here? Yeah, I couldn't help but wonder about the Monokuma door. So I figured, if all the doors in the schools had been unlocked, that one should be open too, right?
But...
Although, I couldn't bring myself to open it.
I mean...
Because it might explode, right? And that really sucks, so you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it like that, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Oh, wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Nita raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay. Alright? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. Jesus. I forgot how cool this room looks. There was no explosions, thankfully. My first impression was, whoa, this place is totally sci-fi. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. There's some kind of hatch on the floor. But right now, I'm more concerned about that weird device. No, you shouldn't be. You should be investigating that, sir.
What the heck?
I mean, every part of this school leaves a bad taste in my mouth, but...
Just a second.
This place is like #1 gross. It's in a whole different league of creepy. What is this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top though, like some kind of military insertion of something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mecha cockpit, right? Hifumi would probably freak out if he saw it. A cockpit? So the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. Then could that mean...
Okay.
Alright, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Oh, hold on. You can't just, or whatever, something like this. But it was too late. Ina was already jamming away at the control panel. Hmm? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Ina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button that says Data Center? Data Center. I take a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of the room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled data center. It must be the one she pushed, but the data center, that's right next door. The room we're just in, there was a strange noise come from. I better go check it out.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from in here. But the door! God, that's the biggest pet peeve I have about this game. Yeah, let's go back. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? Hey. Rawr, give me your donuts. Is that you, Hina?
What?
What? Oh man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup? You don't know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
Ah, I guess what I found. A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Aw, man. Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it, and the control panel inside. Whoa, hey Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma. I said Monokuma twice. Huh? What do you mean? What you were controlling just now, it was Monokuma. Monokuma? What, for real? Yep, it looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma, which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separated from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words...
Hey.
Maybe the mastermind could be... Yeah, I know. Yoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true... Then the mastermind Monokuma's puppeteer really is the 16th student. No, it can't be. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like the face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. Okay. What about you? Is everything okay? Oh, well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding out, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something? I can't say it is possible, but I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave here soon? There's still a lot of other places to check out. Yeah, good point. We can't waste all our time standing around here. But the thing on the floor! The little door hatch on the floor! You can't seriously just forget about this. What's wrong, Makoto? Let's hurry up and get out of here. Yeah, that's what I hate. Like, I get there are a bunch of people scared and shit. Fine. Click. As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. What was that? Ugh! The door! It just locked on its own. What? My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right. It's locked. But why? Of course it's locked. Because the data center is now restricted. But Monokuma...
Just a second.
Hey, no fair, you can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving. Then that room,
Yep.
as you may have guessed, there were my controls on. So right now you're being operated by someone in that room.
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
But that doesn't make sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? No way. The hatch on the floor? Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I've been relying on you guys to do that, to tell that to the others. Peace. He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding right in there? In fact, if you think about it, when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave, well, that hatch couldn't have been opened from the outside anyways, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Okay. Hey, anyway, we don't have to let it get to us, alright? We have to stay positive and make the most out of the time we have left. You're right. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found. Nice. You got all motivated again. Okay, I'm out of here. See ya. Tina took off at full sprint, and I have to do what I can do. That's the only way forward. Now we're gonna check the headmaster's room. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this be very thing I see for myself. Oh boy. Why the hell is my phone? Oh, my phone's going off because all the Black Friday sales are slowly beginning now. Good God. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. Byakuya. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically obscure desk. Class number 78 student registry. It contains profiles for all of us and Makuro.
So in other words...
Apparently, class number 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Makoto's profile in Kyoko's room...
I see.
That's right, it also mentioned class number 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed there, along with hers, there can be no doubt Makuro was a student here at Hope Speaks Academy just like the rest of us. Makuro is about the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she had been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? So, she was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Makuro's photo actually contains 2 pages. What?
So in other words...
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Makuro than we still didn't have. What kind of information is this? Why don't you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself.
Interesting.
I don't even know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the reports. Mikuro appeared suddenly in the background of an entry floats close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Makuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Makuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of FINRA, when she entered Hope Speaks Academy, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. The fact alone proves her tenacious skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's only one of my students after all. But if I decide she gets a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Makuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair? I don't think there can ever be any doubt about it. But wouldn't that mean Makuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Makuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Makuro was capable of. They wouldn't have to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Makuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one thing here. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in here? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before? A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about the girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 94 pounds, and it even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm telling you is maybe you want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean... Wait, is he trying to say... there's a chance that that body isn't actually Makuro's? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What do you think was information is your business? So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Nice. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice for me to use, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice for me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. And it's not that we're getting along, she's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her. Huh?
In other words...
The cost of that faith may be more than you could afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Cut it a hunch. A hunch? But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advance is free this time. Take it or don't as you will. And I'll keep that in mind. Thanks. Alright. There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious. And then a wall of trophies. Alright. Yeah, blah, 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 okay. Alright. So we're done with this area now. Now we need to... Where do we need to go now? Several addition. Okay, so Biolab done. Headmaster's room done. Monokuma door done. Data center done. Oh yeah. Oh, so I think we're done. We just have to go explore the second dormitory, which in this case is way back at the beginning. No, wait a minute. Am I forgetting a room? Headmaster's room, bio, data center, dorm. Okay, I already did the garden and dojo. So yeah, just the place over here now. The gate's open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms, which means I have to do it. This is the second floor of the dorms? It looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something. Which in the anime they kinda explain some of this shit that go down. Bed is completely torn apart. Oh, okay. What the heck? Has that always been there? What the frick? I saw that in the corner of my eye. Oh, that's weird. That gave me a chill. What the hell? Has that been there this whole time and I have just never seen it? This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before us must have used these lockers. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. There's a card reader inside of the door. They must have been how you got the lockers open, after all. It's pretty similar to the card readers from the school locker rooms on the second floor of the school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open these. So does this mean... well, let's give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran it across the card reader. And then... no luck. Maybe only the locker room's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. Yeah, Buzz. I'm just trying to remember if, because I know I get a notebook later, but yeah. Okay. This room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It has more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room. Yoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Regret? Kyoko looks almost meek right now. She must have been thinking about something I probably shouldn't bother her about. Okay, whatever. There's a PC on the desk. It has must have belonged to the headmaster. Oh, why did I feel like I was gonna puke for a second? Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. They might have been able to get info on the ultimate despair.
However,
there's not much though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words,
the ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy, which happened 1 year ago. Then the worst sort of people where driven forces come from despair.
However,
and then that's all there is. Not much is to it, is there? But I guess that's the best he could do as a complete Kagari failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on. I see. That's a good outlook to have. Desk. Chair. There's this strange gap in the wall. I pushed the wrong button. There's a gap here, but it's not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side on this wall. Open space, does that mean... You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. You know how to open it? Did you figure some kind of trick out or something? A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can call it a trick. I saw a program on the PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password, and the door should open right up.
However,
but I don't have a clue what the password might be. All we know is it's probably up by letters and or numbers. We can't randomly go from there. You're right, that's not nearly enough to go on.
It's true.
I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I've learned more about him than I had about any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this. Jeez. So there's a hidden door, a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait. There might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Oh, sorry, I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as her password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it just to be sure?
Well?
It's not like you need my permission. So if you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name, but it's not. But if it's not that, it might be just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. Okay, in that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself, then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I type in her full name, Yoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling, and as I finished typing it, what? That did it? Yoko, it worked.
why?
Yoko? Without looking at me, she disappeared into the room. She looked grim. Yoko? Hey, Kyoko? I may as well not even been in the room. Her gaze was fixated on only one thing. A present. Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. Okay. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm kind of getting a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why, you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprising, probably. Huh?
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see. Wait, so you know what's in here?
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath, then took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever so slowly, I lifted up. Light began to sneak in its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside and... Yoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. What was in the box? It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What? Just as you thought? How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in here. Human bones.
Wrong.
Well, it's not that I was thinking of bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would have been his body. That's pretty much the same thing, a dead guy in a box. My father. Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box, those bones, that body, that's my father. Or at least, what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for. Oh, hold on. How can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. So the same person might have been the mastermind, the headmaster of the school. He is very polarized. The killing game, the only people that suffered the whole 6 times since the killing game began, and those 16 students. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school, but the only one who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume
In other words,
that most likely my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or, no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was possible. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong, which is why she never looked into the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko says she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? I gave up on some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, this Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I didn't, knowing it was something a true kindergarten detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Hidden room present has been added. The truth bullets. The headmaster's desk is probably hiding some clues, so I really want to check it out, but I really don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey.
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you'd like. Are you sure?
Because...
Never let anything get in your way on investigation. I don't. Okay then, if you don't mind. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... Huh? Is this... It's an e-handbook, right? And it has labeled on it that says, in case of emergencies. I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words...
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what that is. I think you're probably
It
right.
would seem...
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it? But Kyoko... I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and leave it here. Then I guess I'll take it. Is it really okay? Headmaster E-Boy has been added to your truth bullets. This picture. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko.
Why would you...
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past. And yet... to now find something like this. So what did you expect me to do now? Then I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, it must have really cared about her.
Why?
Why? What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko. What up, Kyoko? And headmaster has been added to your truth bullets.
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Can I ask you a favor? A favor? What is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I know it only inconveniences you that much more, but...
Hey.
Could you leave?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I just like to be alone for a bit. Kyoko. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a bit.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you're going to say? If so, it's just a theory. A game theory. I was kidding. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. Okay, no. That picture doesn't change the fact of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily. You're right. I'm sorry.
Anyway,
Once I've gotten myself out of control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then I'll see you later. Is she really okay? Yoko, it must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster. They killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. The only slave with the whole street's master, the same person with the very mastermind who according to the files, the headmaster was a man in his late 30s. He seemed possible even though that he's somewhere inside the school right now. But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Which means the mastermind's true identity is... Okay, yeah. 15 of us met in the main hall. Added Makuro to the mix and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. Everyone else is dead. Even Makuro. Even she undeniably died. So the ones still left alive are me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only these 6 people are still alive. Then there's no question. Wait, no, that can't be. I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be. I have... it's a little bit of a sad topic, but I know a lot of people out there, like... And it's just like the whole world in general, not just, you know, specifically like a person, but... I hope... Because I know there's some dads out there who are just complete psychotic a-holes who give no shits about their kids. But what I can say for sure is that, like, even me, I haven't seen my daughter in 6 years, 7 years. Like, the only thing I have of my daughter is a painting that she gave to me when she was in kindergarten. And that's the last thing I have of her. And it kind of sucks that some people go through that thought process of, like, I don't know, that they think that their parents didn't give a shit about them. Like, a lot of us parents have to find a way just to cope with what's going on in our lives, and we just have to continue pushing forward. Like, we can't give up so easily. Like, we have to continue going no matter what. Like, we have to prove to our generation that, you know, whatever we're doing is for the love and effort of them and stuff. And anyways, what about the emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Okay, let's give it one more try. I took the emergency handbook and tried it. Right. Now let's see what we got inside. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Took the emergency room, ran it across, and looks like the locker room, but now let's see what we got inside. Don't see nothing. I took the rule book. Nope, nothing is to be of a clue. I took the book. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure who it is. But there's something written inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting. And all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I've heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmasters and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupt world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he had a selfless decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worser father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It couldn't be anyone else. But if this belonged to Kyoko, what was it doing in the locker? And what she wrote her completely contradicts what she told Ruth. She says she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came. Plan directly to my father. Okay, no. You don't have to give us a whole flashback, goddammit. What does this all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would have proven me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question marks spinning through my mind just started spinning that much faster. When I look at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. Despair. Oh. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. How could this possibly make any sense? Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a second despair. We're gonna pick it up. Okay, we're just gonna leave it there. I just don't understand at all. Okay. Alright, next one. Okay, boop. I don't see anything that might be a clue. Boop, boop, boop. This locker is totally unorganized. Whoever it belonged to probably has unorganized problems in every part of his life. Oh yeah, I think you guys can get a hint at who this stuff belongs to. Is this a deck of playing cards? No, they're tarot cards. But wait, aren't those used for telling fortunes? It's just a coincidence, right? This is a crystal ball. Huh, a crystal ball. Nah, it can't be. There's no way he ever used this locker. It's just not possible. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order, and dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw, but the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of unease I have had been evaporated. What? There was no denying what I saw. Ooh. Sorry, got a quick text message from the family. Okay. Inside the notebook was written Yoshiro Hikarakuri. Is this our Yoshiro? The notebook has contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean he attended class here. No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to this school at this time as the rest of us. And we all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. So what is this notebook? It's been attitude. Alright, I think we're done in this area. Yeah. What are these things in the lockers that look like they belong to personal people? The notebook that seems to belong to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems to belong to Kyoko. But if we want to find out, I have to keep moving forward. Investigation. Yeah, okay. Bang bong, bang bong.
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely?
Wait a minute. How are we hearing this? I just realized that. Wait a minute. How the hell are we hearing this if all the TVs and there's no cameras up here? Or I think the TVs up here are even broken. So how the hell are we hearing this?
Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
What? Now he wants us to give a hint? It's suspicious. There's no doubt about that. This could be a trap. But even knowing that, he said to go to the gym, right? Oh, wait a minute. I'm a bit of a dummy. I just realized I was supposed to do everything in order. And then given how things play out, I'm supposed to be in the dojo and then okay. Makes sense, never mind. Why you acted so surprised? Oh, no reason. You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say? I just did, actually. I'm on my way out. You already talked to him? What did he say? Listen, sorry, but I gotta go. Hiro, wait. There was no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal. Hiro. It was like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I found in the locker. Has he been hiding something this whole time? God, just me. Oh man, that's intimidating.
I am Monokuma!
Hello, welcome, hello. Are you ready for your final hint? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you. The envelope. This must be the envelope. And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you found inside. What? Don't worry, just get on with it. Monokuma's cryptic words didn't even make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. Now, I was going to say before we continue, I want everyone to take a careful look at every single person in this photo. I want you to notice what is going on in this photo here. It features a bunch of our faces I recognized extremely well. It was everyone who came to Hope's Peaks at the same time as me. Wait, but there's someone behind Sakura. She's the only one I don't recognize. Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her. That's right. When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room, we looked at the file. Miyoko Ikusaba. Then this girl is... What? Why? Why is Makura here with everyone else? And even more than that, just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. And we're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. The picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't even remember even taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peaks Academy. So it's natural for me not to be in this picture, but was definitely unnatural. There's a reason why they're showing us this picture so much, is because you really do. You need to look at every single character. Look at them carefully. Is that everyone else is in the picture? I thought everyone was like me, but didn't even know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean... Could it be? Everyone else and just me. Everyone here except me is... Oh, how long are you gonna keeping this rumbling squalor of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're kind of getting in the way, standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out. But I told you I'm not fielding any questions.
Unbelievable.
What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'll be totally out of left field. Whatever he says. I guess that means he's done talking. Damn it. Group photo has been added to the trick list. So in the end, all I found in the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected. Dejected. How does this count as a hint? It just made me even more confused. Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which would mean everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up. No, I have to clear all this up. Alright, we're leaving. Whoosh! Okay. Oh god, now I have to look for everybody, don't I? I guess let me go talk to Byakuyo first. Actually, no. I need to go check. Oh, she's not in the room anymore. Okay. Oh, dining hall. Okay. Oh, Hina. I have but a question for you, sweetie. So this is where you've been hiding, listening. I was hoping to talk to you. Makoto. So sorry, I gotta go. What the? She ran out so fast I didn't even have time to ask her to stop. Hina, why? Why won't you talk to me? Oh, I wonder why, bruh. You should really put 1 to 1 together. Byakuya, where are you, buddy? Are you hiding in the closet? There you are. Found you. Oh, Byakuya. Listen, do you think we can talk real quick? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends. Hey, Byakuya, wait! But of course he didn't. He just walked away. What the? Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me. I mean, bro, if you're this slow to connect the dots on what's going on, yeah. I decided to visit the biolab one more time. And the first thing I saw when I got there was her passed out again. Huh? Toko. Toko, are you okay? No. Oh, she's not dead, is she? Oh, good God. Bah. It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold. I think I might catch a cold. If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will. What? I was asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you? Oh boy. No, I wasn't.
Have you reached
Oh,
that
then
certain
what?
age?
Hot and butter. Not gonna read the rest of that sentence. Okay, so why did you pass out? I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss Moose? Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each other's time you switch. Bingo banza. We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separated. And don't say like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory. No, it's more like half. But all I want to know right now is, where's my little darling? Tell me now, or I'll slit your throat. I don't know. I'm sure Byakuya's around here somewhere doing his own investigation.
Yes, yes.
By himself? I assume so.
Oh, I'm on fire.
Nope, just nope. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now. Genocide Jack shot off. Her eerie laughter echoed behind her, and I totally forgot to ask her about the picture. Well, there's no point asking Genocide Jack anyways. What the hell? Uh, give me a second. Got a quick phone call. Have to stop by the house to pick it up. I found your shoes. Uniform should be on. Should be. I found a pair of pants. Yeah, buddy. All I found here are just your shoes. Alright, then. There's more pants. Your dad's jacket is here. I don't know why he left that here. I wanted to check if you were awake. No, yeah, I'm awake. Yeah. Let me go and text him now. Oh, wait, it's literally right behind me. Yeah, it's hanging on the door. It's a white t-shirt and a gray shirt. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's here, but I just don't see any pants though. It's fine. I can if we're gonna pick it up, and I can find it when I get there. All right then, yeah, because your ID badge is here also. Yeah, that's the spare one. Okay then. Right, second one, the original one. So, right, second one. All right then, yeah. If you gotta come pick it up, yeah, just give me a call. All right then. All right then. Bye bye. Oh, whoops. Uh-oh. Might have to cut that out and edit. Awesome. Why did Toko fainted? There's got to be some reason for it. And the reason is standing right before us. The fridge. It's open. But I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here. That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She fainted so easily. Kyoko.
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it? Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry. No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room. Oh yeah, it's a morgue. Yeah.
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, see what was in there, and, well, there you have it. I knew she fainted.
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate, but when she opened the slot here, that's when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks. Why is everything gotta be so difficult with her?
Anyway...
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that. Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this. Kyoko approached the fridge, hand stretched out. But suddenly she stopped. What's wrong?
Listen,
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it. How come? Because Makuro's body is in here. Makuro's corpse? Makuro's body is in the fridge.
I see.
Just like every other time, the Mastermind probably put it up here while we were in the class trial. The Mastermind did it because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial again.
So...
You might be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body. Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm gonna find a clue this time. I'm going to grab the master by the tail. Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I finish. Just wait over there. That's it? Okay. Just look over here. Oh, now we connect the dots with this stuff. Jeez, it took long enough. You done? Don't let me interrupt your investigation, but I want to talk to you about something. It's about the announcement Monokuma made earlier. Oh, you mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't even take him up on that offer. Why not? The only reason he gives us the hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. He can solve this mystery on their own, without whatever hint he may offer. That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what is done, I guess. Standing here, looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the Mastermind forge that picture as trap to confuse us? There's gotta be. There's no other explanations. You can fridge my destroying bodies. I can't do it. I can't look inside. Stop being a bitch and just look. On the left side. Maybe. Oh shit. I skipped something. Okay, Makoto. I'm done. Already?
Indeed.
Jeez, that was fast. Anyone can do the good work of it. So what did you find out? I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces on blood, and it seems highly likely that the stomach wound and blow to the back of the head was inflicted after death. Really? The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I completely confirmed it in my findings. So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. There were no other body was covered in multiple wounds, and the only other option is those other wounds. But the file said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old?
Because...
All the medical file says that is they were inflicted at least several days ago. I guess I didn't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immersive, considering the impression they give. You seem to be equivalent. 7 days old with simply old.
However...
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds, it makes it sound like they've been there forever. Like they're not related to a murder. Are you saying they are? But all we got the Monokuma file was after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way they could have had anything to do with it. But what if Makuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days? What?
At the very least.
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you? One of many...
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, The ideal detective began as imagination as many possibility scenarios as they can.
In other words,
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, uses only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each other of their possibilities. Of course, me telling you that doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future. Yoko's no count.
hey,
So, if there's anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body, now's the time. Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier when I looked at the Monaco's profile, it listed her height and weight.
so
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds, vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get all that right? You remembered all that? They are indeed constant with the corpse. So then,
indeed.
and don't forget about the Fury tattoo. That's absolutely, there's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in this case is without a doubt Mikuru Ikusagi. Yeah.
And
Is that all you wanted to ask? Yeah, I think so. Then it looks like we have no further business with the Makuro's body. Let's get going. It's kind of chilly in here. Oh wait, are we not going to put the body back? Don't you think it's kind of sad leaving it out right here? Sad. Did you forget she was our enemy once? A part of the ultimate despair. But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey.
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow? Well, yeah, but still. You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But she could have abandoned me, but she decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
So then,
I don't know, stupid, I guess? I think we done all we could do here. Back to our separate investigation, yes? Oh, hold on. I still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. The book. If I didn't do it now... Where you at? Hey, Kyoko? I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
what?
Go ahead then, out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got
What?
here? What?
So,
What do you mean? Well, you know, all those lockers on the second floor of the
Indeed.
dorms? I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need a handbook or whoever the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room?
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owners should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belonging to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is that there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
What? If that's true...
Could that mean that video is real too? Video? Makoto, I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own two eyes. Okay, let me give the Handmaster book, that way you can... That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have a problem opening up the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker.
Makoto.
If you watch this, it all makes sense. Oop, hold on. Had a missed phone call again. Okay, I'm back. Why does my family have to be weird? Anyways, what was it? Oh yeah, a DVD, and it says case number 78, urgent interview.
So,
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
anyway,
I didn't have time to explain exactly what I think it would mean, so I just watched it and see for yourself. I think you realize exactly what it means. You understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of us make sense right now, but I guess that means that there's something important clue on this DVD. DVD has been at
Makoto.
50. Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble?
In other words,
So as it turns out, the arrangement I made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answer to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of us. And all because of the mastermind.
However,
And there's one thing I'm sure. Oh, who the hell's at the door? Oh boy. Okay. And there's one thing I'm sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. That is just one more reason to follow through our art. Yoko's eyes burned with the flame of determination. Determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be considered with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
why?
So why is it? Why does it bother me so much that I know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ali. Okay. She let out a small laugh as she said, but her smile was filled with sorrow. So that's it for my rambling. There's still so much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey,
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth, whether that truth serves justice or suffering, whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not. Because all I could do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then,
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that farewell, Yoko was gone. I better go get myself together. Okay. Alright. Let's head down to the. Ooh, we gotta go down to. Down to. The thingamabobber. Oh, no, the other way, this way. Oh, wait, there it is. This should be able to play the DVD just fine. Well then, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it into the player. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been for a few seconds, but it made me feel like an eternity. And then, all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka? It took me by total surprise. I haven't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Okay then, are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was one of the man positioned on the one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Oh shit, I didn't even read it, god dang it. Sayaka was obviously a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of their life in school? Except. What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up until now. But this, only this. I simply couldn't comprehend what I've heard. But I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad she tried to frame me for murder. So why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On a monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on. My eyes darted back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. What I saw was me. Impossible, undeniably me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having the same less far more normal conversation. But the I in here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down talking to him
Now,
like this.
Shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. And from there, the video repeats the same screen again and again with the others. Byakuya, Toko, Hina, everyone. They all said they agreed to live in this school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. He sat down with the headmaster of Hope Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his questions, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. This is Kyoko interviewing with wrapping up. The monitor suddenly went black. It was just a monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off, which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Looks like it broke. Out of service. What? It just so happened to break just now?
Too bad.
Now then, when doesn't matter. Failure can strike anytime, anywhere. I read that backwards. That's what failure is, right? Failure my ass. You cut the power on purpose. Why so many people bothering me? Okay. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He asked them the questions and they all said yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge exclamation as I did. I remember something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. And just yeah, okay. A convenient outcome, something that was obvious in the favor of the mastermind. So does this mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten, or?
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all of our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. I guess I'm the first one this time. You're here early, Makoto.
Listen.
Does this mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet? Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said, Byakuya. Byakuya? They arrived one after another, but they all were the same state of shock. Hina? Hiro? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was the defining silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me and so I appear.
Whatever she says.
Oh, I'm on fire!
Strong silent master is so wonderful, so cool, so
Yes!
Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me. With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil. But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what Master wants, it can be a boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Is everyone here? Oh, and wearing old gloomy Gus faces, I see.
Well now.
Okay, well then, let's begin.
Thrills, chills, kills!
This final class trial is gonna be slathered in pitch black despair. Like maximum sorrow.
That's fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial. Oh, I'm doing the wrong voice.
How strange.
What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a bear in good standing, you know?
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy University contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
Today, I'm
And I'll
feeling
make sure
white.
everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tenderness, Devil. Begin the trial already. Sure, let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You guys.
So don't try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared.
In the name of my family.
This will be over in no time. With an unexpected confidence, Byakuya was the first to enter the elevator. One by one, the others followed. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator. Hey. They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
However...
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
However...
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial. You're right, I'm ready. Ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. I started making my way toward the opening, step after step, for that gaping maw. I resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally, on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend, deeper and deeper, and for some reason, I have a really bad feeling all of a sudden. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes and slightly fell away. All sound too disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time, which could have been seconds or centuries later. I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator coming to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site? What do you think? It's just the perfect background for descending a person's fate. It's a long-awaited last stage. The always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna send in this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat.
Thrills, chills,
well then,
chills.
Let's begin. Oh, well shit, okay, saving was coming up anyways, okay. Alrighty. You know what? I'm not even gonna recap. Let's just get in, because I already know I'm gonna make a million mistakes on this case. So you know what? Let's just get into it.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule. So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win! But if you can't, then I win! And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me! I'm right, aren't I? I knew it!
And here we go. Let's begin this insanity of a case.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
Ah! Oh. No, I know what it
I have
is.
evidence.
Hey, you're all out to get me. I have evidence.
What a coincidence. Evidence that proves What? This doesn't make any sense. How can the three of us
Each have that kind of evidence.
No, that's wrong. It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
What? You too?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
Well, yeah. Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture...
Just before we continue, everyone who's watching, please watch everything carefully. When it comes down to the pictures and little videos, I'll do my best to slow it down, but please pay close attention.
See? I'm the only one not in it.
So I'm gonna let everyone just look around and scan the entire picture. Just look around, see what you can find. I'll give it a quick little 10-second countdown. Alright, time's up. I figured as much, in which case...
Hero, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and stop here for another couple of seconds and just make sure you look at everything carefully. Ten seconds. Alright, time's up.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
audacious, as he says. Each photo has a certain something in common. There's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos. The ones who got the photos.
I got it! In each case, the only one not in the picture is the person who received it. So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing. In the picture Hina got, she's the only one missing. And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
In other words, Monokuma gave each of us a group photo in which
you didn't
that
let me
person
freeze
wasn't
it.
included.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to them than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone's picture. What is it? What's digging at me?
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Okay. Now, I'm going to stop on this photo. Once again, I'm going to give a couple of seconds because, well, I'll give like almost 50, almost a minute because this picture, everyone is kind of spaced out. So I'll give everyone time to look at everything and everyone. Because honestly, this is like the most insane case ever. I mean, the future ones are, yeah, kind of mid, but this one is just, oh boy. 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Same thing. I'll do another 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Time's up. I'll do another 30 seconds for y'all. Fifteen seconds left. Time's up. I'll give another 30 seconds on the clock. 15 seconds left. Alright, time's up. There's something strange about all of them. Something I quite pin down. Something. Your photo has
Can you
been
just
updated.
forget about the photo already? Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No, I assure you, they're quite real.
What are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that. So it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong. I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
What do you mean?
The reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason. Some terrible reason. An unbelievable but unfortunately horrifying reason. Oh, I forgot how you spell amnesia. No, hey, no, you. Hey.
Now I understand. Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense. As if. You expect me to believe such an unbelievable occult-type story?
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
It's only natural that they would believe that. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the actual truth, they have no choice. We can't move forward until they accept it. And there's a way to prove besides those pictures.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
No, that's wrong. Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss. This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
This girl.
It's nothing like
I
that.
swear to God. She's too funny, I swear.
It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself.
Yeah, bruh.
The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
What are you saying?
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here!
To be honest,
I don't know if
something
it
else on
breathes,
my
but
mind
okay.
right now.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right? What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me. I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The
Coco
same
is
goes for
hilarious.
everyone else. Nobody
Even though her
remembers.
character is complete
You don't
psycho, I
remember choosing to
adore her
live here
character.
forever, or even talking to the
Especially in the
headmaster about it
anime.
at
In the
all.
anime, she's so unhinged,
It
like
doesn't
holy
matter if I
fuck.
remember or not.
Like you think she's unhinged in the game?
Even if I
Oh
bought
boy,
the
in
whole
the anime,
amnesia
she's
thing,
more
the idea
hinged.
that I would want to live here forever?
She's so unhinged in the anime,
That's just
they had to
insane.
censor some
How
of the
can I
shit
believe
she
that?
said.
Insane
That's
or
how
not,
unhinged
we
she
can't
is,
move
yo.
forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed,
Tim Allen.
we only have one path in front of us.
Then, we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind
Because
of
it's
memory
making
loss.
you remember. That's why it's hurting. It's making you
stole
remember.
those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
But how could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now. If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains?
Both.
Would
I
you
can believe
really
both.
believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
Because of
What
how
matters
deep
is figuring
that I know
out
this
what
game, I
memories
could
you
believe
took
every
from us.
single one of those
That's
things.
what you're trying to say, right?
I knew I could count on you.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group
No!
photo.
My water!
Those can't be the only memories we lost.
Oh man, my water!
There must have been
No!
a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
My
You
water.
mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that one's still a secret. Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the class trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Makura, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Yes, he
Of course. They have to be here somewhere.
Yes,
What
both
makes
me
you
and
so
Hina,
sure?
we know this shit.
What does make me so sure?
Hina, come on.
You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The
Hina.
mastermind is probably a million miles
No, he's
away.
not.
No, what's wrong?
Hina, you should know this, girl. You were there with me. Come on, Hina.
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma.
Correction,
The
me and Hina.
mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time.
Me and Hina.
So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
What did he say earlier? I don't remember. I'm sure I told you this already, but the killing game began with 16 okay, yeah.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
And it's standing right there next to you.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
It's standing right next to you.
Not me.
I blame Makoto.
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
You asshole saw alter
You
ego.
got me.
Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic. The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
I don't know, like 20 minutes
He's
already?
right. What more is there to talk about?
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing. We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No,
No.
that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different. Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
Yes. It was the other wounds.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what
Yes.
really killed her.
Yes.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Ugh. It is, yeah.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days? If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
Exactly.
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they
Because-
just don't like them because they're all
she
losing
had
their
all
minds.
those wounds before she ever came here.
Literally, they're all like losing their minds
How do
here.
you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know,
You're wrong.
she denied me before I could even say anything.
Oh boy.
Come
Stop.
on. I mean, it's not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
If you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place?
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time.
Don't worry, there wasn't anything cute about it.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier.
Yeah, we have her
She
profile.
must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all...
No, that's wrong.
No, because we have her profile.
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle. The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much. Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
There we go.
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant. If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
The identity of the one who attacked me. I can't think of anyone else. Mastermind?
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening. I think I'm gonna jump in. Let's start off with a nice, easy question. Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think. Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
It's the tattoo on the hand. Do we really have to go back to that? Oh god, that means this one's gonna have to be one I'm gonna have to absorb.
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea
I wish these
who
were
was
real
under
bones.
that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there is another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot? Or perhaps the left foot? Or could it be the hips? You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any... I'm telling you now, it was...
No, that's wrong. Mukuro had a tattoo on her right hand, if I remember correctly. A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her. Uh-oh! No snappy comeback? Did I score a bullseye?
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Do it, Kyoko. Kyoko was removing her
Your
glove.
hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. I was more than just a little burnt skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her glove back on.
My scars should suffice as proof. Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
Yeah, so unfortunately, since we couldn't really see the damage done to her, in the anime, I think they actually do like a whole I mean, they kind of censor it, but they do like flashes of like what she is, and you can pause the video, of course, and you can actually see that her hand is just like, it's like 3rd degree burn, like it's all blisters, it's all like, oh man, I feel bad for her. The fact that she's still healing, oh man.
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
This is just awful! On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours. Sorry, did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet, because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
No, we
contrary,
don't.
We don't know anything other than that.
Yes, you
You're not
do.
going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
There's only one person that you guys saw, literally, that you guys saw that got
I promise you,
fueled to death.
without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
No, she wasn't.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right? The culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
If she
she was, she would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
I mean, there's only one place you could do that after the place we just discovered.
I got it! Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body, and it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
I have proof, but I hold on. I got proof. Oh, the thing, the stupid, the thingy this thing.
I got it! What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden.
The tarp. There you go. I was gonna say the trap.
When I was checking it over again, I noticed something. I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
Hey,
This
shut up.
proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
You made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
That's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, bruh.
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room.
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
La la la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
We're talking about those
By the
lights,
way,
bruh.
Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one?
Your fam. Don't tell me you forgot about that video message.
Don't pay no mind to it, Makoto.
So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family? Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
I know for...
Stop talking about that!
Actually, no, I can't
Calm
say
down,
that. It'll be a
Makoto.
huge spoiler if
He
I say
wants
that.
you to get upset.
She's saying that because, you know, she wants to get closer to the truth. I know what it is.
Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Ah! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible! Are you sure about this? That's impossible!
Holy crap, that was a
I'm
little
not
bit nerve-wracking.
listening!
No, I need the lights. The lights.
This should prove it.
Because the lights were uneven.
The inconsistency Kyoko's talking about is the lights.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
There's been an even
Like
amount
I said
of
before,
deaths.
the biolab also acts as a morgue. And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn on.
Exactly.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in. And there were only 9.
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
There was 6 of them. No, 8. No. Yeah, because there should have been 9. No. No, it should have been 10. No, how many people died? Fuck it.
I got it!
Okay, 10.
10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
Yeah, because there's been, what, 2 people a case? 2, 4.
That's simple.
No, there was,
Just recall who's
no, yeah, there's been
died here
2
so
people
far,
a case.
and it should become clear.
No, there was 3 people on Celeste case. There was the anime dude, and then there was the class dude, and then she got died. Yeah, there we go. See.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
Yeah.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The masterminds destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her. And yet, her body was left alone.
Then, whose body disappeared?
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
But if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Because they used the same person
Including
twice.
Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
Because they used the same body twice. I'm telling you.
I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
Huh? Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far. But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Exactly.
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course. Before she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
Exactly, because they had to stay fresh.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on! Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Exactly.
Nothing's gonna become obvious. Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
I'm about to yeah. Oh god, is this another one where I have to copy or some shit? Oh god damn it.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono?
No.
Junko Enoshima?
Yes.
Leon Kuwata?
No.
Chihiro Fujisaki?
No.
Mando Owada?
No.
Kiyotaka Ishimaru?
No.
Hifumi Yamada?
No. Yes, but no.
Celestia Lu... whatever? Or maybe...
That's so
Sakura
mean.
Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered. No, it's wrong.
Junko. Wasn't her fatal injury pretty similar to Mukuro's?
What do you mean?
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body.
Exactly.
When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
And the similarities match?
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears.
Yes.
Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again.
Yes.
Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
Yes.
It all matches up, right? Those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person? Wait, so then... what does it all mean?
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9. Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
Exactly.
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
Exactly.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive.
Bruh,
She took
you're not
Junko's
paying
body
attention.
and made it look like she was the one who died. So Mukuro is still alive. She's gotta be. Total silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
Bruh. Bruh. Bruh.
The body we found in the garden.
It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
No.
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro!
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Yes.
She's still alive?
Oh, son of a gun.
That's right. So the mastermind's true.
What do you say, Monica?
The body we...
Oh, I gotta copy it again. You piece of poop.
Mastermind's true
Give me.
identity is
Give me.
Mukuro.
What do you say, Monica?
The body we found. It wasn't Mukuro.
What? Am I doing backwards?
Shoot!
Maybe I do them backwards then?
Found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What?
Shoot!
Wait, what? Wait, hold, wait. What?
The body we...
Okay.
Wasn't Mukuro.
Wasn't Mukuro. Okay, that's one of them.
So the mastermind's
That's
true.
the second
What do
one.
you say, Monica?
Wait a minute.
The body we found in the... It wasn't Mukuro.
Shoot!
What am I doing wrong here?
The
There's
body
3
we
combinations.
found
What?
in the garden.
Wait, do I have all the bullets?
It wasn't Mukuro.
Son of a bitch.
No, that's wrong. No, the body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of. The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records. Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
Exactly.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
It's obvious, bruh. 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 Where the hell is she? Where is she? There she is.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes.
Bro.
If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Making me mad. I did check
She
actually.
was
I could say for
so-
sure she was dead.
The idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
It's
You're
not.
withdrawing your previous statement?
You guys are forgetting
I know
what
you
her
gave it
special
your
ultimate
best
is.
shot, but too bad. Too bad. Too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
No.
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
If only Hifumi was
I
here.
think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's assume Junko is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
It's easy, bruh. Come on. Wait a minute, that's a big ass word. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, what? Wait. Replica? No. Yeah, replica. No, not replica. Replace.
Now I understand.
Why would it be a replica?
That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
Switch places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
Bruh. You're gonna make me go insane, bro.
You're saying they switched? When could they even have done that? Right when she was about to die? Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
Before the beginning.
I got it! The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met. If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met is actually Mukuro all along?
Then we'd already met her?
I had
Yes,
a
bruh.
normal conversation with her.
Yeah, bruh.
When we first met,
Oh, I
none of
forgot
us
that was
knew
the thing
who
I could do.
anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko,
Exactly.
and we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that.
Exactly.
If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body. They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto.
But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
What's wrong? Lost the will to fight back?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid? Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity. When did I do that?
He tried to hide Junko's identity not just once, but twice. The first time was during our last investigation, and that was... oh yeah, the photos. The photos, that's what it was.
Shoot!
No? Oh, crap. What was it then? The thingy-mabobber, because he stopped it. This thing.
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
Yeah, he stopped it. He was like, oh, whoopsie, it broke.
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko, it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
That's when I tried to cover up one piece of another dance that got revealed. Oh, yeah, now it's the group photo.
What do you want? What do you want? Are you sure about this? You're getting all riled up! That's impossible! That's impossible!
Good photo.
This should prove it. The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
Uh-oh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we'd gotten. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
Oh, what's unusual? Junko's face.
I got it! Junko's face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face. It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think?
Literally 3 pictures, her back is turned, and in 2 pictures, her face is being obstructed by something.
And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible.
You can see him in
So
all
in
of them.
other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko.
Literally, because in this photo, yeah, there she's being obstructed. She's right behind the school counselor dude.
Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew. Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died. And the real Junko is still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. That she's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair. Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait, hold on! Don't bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run. I'll prove everything, right now!
Alright. Let me make sure I look at everything. Alright. Okay, this is actually a little bit harder than I remember. Shit. Fuck. Shabaloo, shabaloo, babaloo, Oh, I didn't even notice poor Toko. She's literally right there, just. Oh, poor Toko. They did her dirty. They didn't have to do that again. They did her dirty. That's so mean. Oh God. She dies, and then, oh no, she's dead. Oh God, is it this one? She took her body out of Biofreeze, carried her, laid the body, and then went to what's-his-face room, tried to kill him, but then he was caught? Oh, I have a bad feeling these two are backwards. I have a terrible feeling these two are backwards. Swap them. I think that's right.
Here's exactly what happened. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place. And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusaba. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko Enoshima.
Whew,
Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue. Until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden. She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who'd proven to be one big thorn in her side. Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
Oh,
So
thank
she put on
God.
a mask and then attacked me.
Thank God I flipped it around. Thank God.
After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room. Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body. This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place.
No, poor.
Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to
Poor
destroy
Toko,
any
man.
remaining evidence.
I get she's like indestructible or whatever because of her
She needed to hide the body's true
two
identity.
whatever split personalities.
She
But
had to make sure
goddamn,
we
they don't
didn't
have to
find
do
out
her
it was
that
actually
dirty,
the
man.
same person we'd met in the beginning.
Golly.
This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder, and the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima. That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Over? Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case? Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
There she is.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear. If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world. We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking. Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Hell no.
Oh, did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you. It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind. The real Junko Enoshima.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day, it was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
The first time we saw was before, because we looked her up, didn't we?
I got it!
Yeah.
That's right! It was before I ever came to this school. I
Yeah,
remember
that
seeing a
magazine
magazine
cover.
cover. And you were on it.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right. Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I've seen her tell magazine covers. Oh yeah, it's all about crap in Photoshop.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same, because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. Not even if they're twins.
Twins!
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship. The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
Whoa! She's a totally different person now!
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell! I even get fucking bored with myself! But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Ugh! That again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit? Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want. I don't give a shit. The truth's fucking lame anyway.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if!
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
Oh god.
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family, leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment. So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the three atrocities: atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive. It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines. Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
I've never been a stickler for following a plan to the letter, you know? If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring. So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal. Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
So, you figured it out? Well, you're right! There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance. But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary. We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope, I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all. When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything. We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret.
So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it?
That's not true at all. We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited. Killing my precious sister with my own two hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it. It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair. It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair. After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else.
When people say they've lost insanity before, I don't think anyone has lost their insanity like this person has.
Jealous of her.
This is what
I knew you
losing your
just some
insanity
ordinary
looks
person.
like.
You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So, I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
Just the way she's talking is
I don't think there's
depressing.
anything perfect about anything you just said.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow! You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one? Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start gloating.
Damn straight! That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these
Damn
mysteries.
straight.
And then we'll have our victory.
I can't wait.
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
I think when it comes to like characters throughout the whole series, it's kind of weird to say this, but because of how crazy they took Junko's character, I hate to say this, but she's kind of like one of my top 5 favorite characters.
Do you recall?
I won't say she's like 1, 2, or 3, but she's like maybe 4, maybe 5. The memories that was stolen from us and what they must be related to. Oh God. The foundation? No, not the foundation. The Modus Monokuma. Oh yeah, the motives. Yeah, the motives. Yeah.
You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all.
Because like I don't know, I'm not too sure.
I would
Well,
hope you wouldn't forget
for everyone
something
who's
so
watching, I'm
important.
not too sure if you had played the
It
entire
was
series.
stupid of me to even
But like
ask.
once you
I
get further
apologize
and
from the
further
bottom of my
into
heart
playing
for
the
my bad
series,
manners.
what Junko
So then,
becomes,
let me ask you
or
another question.
what she
Did you
inspires the
notice that
world to
each
be,
motive I presented you had a
is
specific
absolutely
theme to it?
insanity. Like holy crap.
Theme?
Yep, you got it.
Like I
So that's my
understand that
question to
all
you
the
all.
Danganronpa series, I understand that
When
it's all
Sayaka
supposed
was
to be
murdered, what was the theme of the motive
circular
I
around this
presented?
whole despair kind of thing. But holy crap, I did not figure that one. Well, I mean, I guess it's true when one person can change a world. Because, my god, the Junko really, really changed the world. So for the first murder, the motives we got were given human connections, was it? Yeah, because it was like family and stuff like that.
I got it!
Yeah, so the
The
first one was
driving
family
force
stuff.
behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys?
Ding, ding,
Each video
ding.
showed the total destruction of your
God
most
damn it,
important
dude.
relationships.
So bland.
For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
I got it! It was money, wasn't it? Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again! Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go. Now, Can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see, once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives, right? The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
Seed of despair?
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope. Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope. Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right? The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it? But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Huh? Really? Then hurry up and tell us.
Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair. Now then, open wide world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right? What you just saw, all of you should recognize it. That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, cause it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die. I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, cause now it's time for the final class trial! Come on, bitches! Remember or die! What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? Nobody can remember anything.
No, that's wrong. Actually, she might remember.
Who might remember?
The other Toko, Genocide Jack. The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her? No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Toko, you're the only one we can rely on now.
Da-da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer!
Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately. Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you!
Nice to meet you too.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye aye! Roger, you got it, Captain!
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
A tragedy?
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or or if it's still happening. But it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event.
What is?
Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago. It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it. I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. And as a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
That's all there is to it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics. Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! To die! This is the true tragedy!
Okay, that's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
How can the world just end? It's the world!
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you. It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
What? What did you say?
I'm glad to see you took the bait. You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Hey! So, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
Correct! Well done, peasant!
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it! Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer! Pretty innovative, don't you think? But, do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated!
What? What the hell are you talking about?
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
Stop with these idiotic jokes!
Stop! And said with such authority! A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant! You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny!
They couldn't possibly be gone! The Togami family is destined to guide the world!
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago!
Hold on! That doesn't make any sense!
Huh? I don't make sense?
There's no way that happened a year ago! I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago! If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago, then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right, it sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God.
So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right? What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us! Answer with all your heart and soul!
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
I got it! If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy. And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life. That's not possible!
Years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
This is all just surreal.
Plus, if 2 years have passed, how freaking old am I?
Everyone's so conflicted!
2 years? I could never lose.
We've been living here for— Hell no! I mean, I've never even—
This is all just
surreal. Plus, how freaking old—
Everyone's so
2 years? I could never lose something.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's impossible! I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything! Heck, I've never even gone to a single class!
No, that's wrong! Hero, there's something I'd like you to take a look at. This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Wuzza! Is something wrong?
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt! But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing! No! No way!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak. But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it. But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here! Shit, man! I've never been to a funeral! Hell yes!
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right? And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourselves to this killing game. Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
What?
We are bored of this world. Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
I got it! The moment I lost my memories, I can't think of any time other than that day. When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall, when I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow! You still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh? So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that? I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk. I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey! 2 years of memories? Poof! Gone! Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other. And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated! What a terribly tragic tale! Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it!
You're the one who set things up to be like this!
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love.
So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it! All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair! Our plan to bring despair to all mankind! Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness. Oh boy, it was just the worst! Everyone was enjoying themselves so much! You were all having the time of your lives!
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
What are you?
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors. The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left.
And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once! So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter! That's right! It was transformed into a shelter! Ah, I said it twice!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison. Do any of you know who that might have been?
I got it! It could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake. It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea. He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits. Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game.
Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Only let us live, so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school deathmatch. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol of hope.
That was the whole point of the ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about. The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing? By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious? But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch.
refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair: death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
And if we did, then what? Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too! Like right fucking now!
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other? For nothing?
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us! I'll do anything! Just help me!
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself, so I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying? If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all goners for sure. Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you, for the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them!
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple. You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did ya? Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Oh, but don't worry. I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you've still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win, to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
You mean, we'd
have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live!
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed!
Wait a sec! I just got hit with an inspiration bomb! Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all! So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment!
What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down! Makoto, you're up!
Me?
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Has your resolve softened? Have you lost confidence? Are you afraid of being punished? Don't you have faith in your friends?
No! That's not it!
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair! We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh? Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
And your stupid life!
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
Don't lose hope now!
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. But to live means moving forward, right? So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here. The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Don't lose hope now!
I've been thinking about all this, and I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do? You only get stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm. That sounds like something she'd say, right? No. I think that's definitely what she'd say, which is why yeah! I've made up my mind!
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the air outside is the only reason is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
Meh.
Don't lose hope now!
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting. Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I just...
By the way, the only reason is thanks to the say whatever you want if I die. In other words, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't lose hope now!
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you? Ridiculous. It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair. But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the Mastermind. Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known...
We won't give up! As long as there's hope, we'll never give up!
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab.
Say whatever you want. I've made my decision.
If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living will come to an end.
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love!
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
I already said I would claim the Mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Don't lose hope now!
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No, never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up. And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the hell are you? So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Lame, 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 lame. You suck! What do you want? So uncool!
You dare to stand against us?
Hope is a joke.
Who are you?
Your idiocy ends here.
You're gross. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
You suck! What do you want?
So uncool.
You're unbearable!
Hope is a joke.
Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross. Suffer from despair. Everything is pointless. Suffer from despair.
I just love despair!
despair into tomorrow. Despair into your memories. Despair...
Hope keeps on going! I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's put an end to these trials. Put an end to the killing. With our own hands.
The hell?
Indeed.
I lost? Well, that's just...
What the heck?
Well, that's just... totally the best! So this is despair. And now true despair. And now true despair. Huh?
Anyway...
Totally the best!
Not possible. Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay.
Hey. However...
No. There's one last thing. It's fine.
It can't be.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! How many times do I have to tell you? Don't get in my way! So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful! Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th. I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this. I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time!
Danganronpa.
Hey. Makoto.
So,
Indeed.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
But...
it's true.
Yes.
My beautiful scissors! Achoo!
huh? Ah.
That's enough.
Anyway,
But...
For serious?
in other words, am I wrong?
You got it!
Hey.
Okay.
Could it be... How about that? Woo!
Makoto.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know. I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Oh, shoot. I just made it back just in time for the ending credits. Good God. Honestly, such a fantastic game. Like, holy cow. I'm going to skip this because of copyright reasons. Oh, that's right.
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma. And I am this school's headmaster.
Just when you thought it was all over. I mean, minus the fact there's like 4 or 5 games still. Golly, I freaking adore this game. I love the whole series. The whole series is so good. I just hate the fact that there's like some of them that I can't get because they're specifically in Japan only, but whatever, dude. Like, God, this entire thing was so freaking good. Like, man, I loved everything about this game. This whole game was just fantastic. Like, no matter who you are, like, if you play this on your own, you're gonna have a different feel for it. Like, you're gonna go through something like that's just completely unexpected. Like, jeez Louise. Oh, man. But, I mean, I guess that's gonna be the end of it, because, I mean, all that's left now is for me, well, to pretty much spend my money. Now, that's the tricky part, because I know for a fact, let me finish this up real quick. I'm just gonna buy all this stuff real quick. Holy cow, I forgot how much there was to buy. I'm about to waste all my money. That's fine. It's honestly, it's not that difficult to earn your money back anyways. Like literally, if I want to, I could just literally just speed run through this whole game. Like literally just skip every little thing and oh, there we go. I'm out. Save your chain. Yeah, why not? Actually, the extra one. Because I have another plan and idea. So yeah, so after this, yeah, this gets unlocked called school mode. And this is kind of a what if. But the thing is, I never finished playing it because, well,
Thrills, chills, kills!
I guess I could show you guys what it's like. Like, it's the same thing, but there is like a little bit of a twist with it. It's more like to a point where those 2 years that we missed out on, I guess you could say we experienced it, like we go through it. Like it's the exact same intro and everything. Like it's everything is still the same. Like everything is still pretty much the same, except you're skipping stuff. Like as you can see, we skipped the whole introduction of everyone's name and stuff. Oh boy, here we go with this. So pretty much we just go through everything that we did, but the weirder part is how can I even explain it? It's like like I think what the point of this is, it's supposed to be like, if I remember correctly, what if the ultimate despair never happened? What if the tragedy never happened? What if no one actually killed himself? What if, Monokuma didn't turn out to be such a crazy, psychotic bastard that everyone thinks it is? Like, I can't explain this entire what if, because if I do, this entire what if, it's gonna take me forever to explain it. Like, look at the dialogue already. The dialogue is way longer than what I just went through just recently. Like, holy cow. But yeah, so pretty much what you do is, I guess you can say you're going through the game all over again, pretty much. But like I said, it gives you this calendar or time limit, and in this time limit, I think you have like 80 days or something. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, here we go. So you have 50 days, and in 50 days, you have to create the perfect life. Like you kind of have to. Yeah, here they are. They're trying to explain it and stuff. But like, literally, you're supposed to create the perfect life. Like it doesn't make sense to me, but I mean, it is what it is. It's like I don't even know how to explain it. It's like I guess you could say it's like a typhoon kind of game where you manage everybody. Now, here's the crazy part. You can actually get people killed. I've learned that the hard way. Like, you're micromanaging the entire freaking game. Like, everyone has their own statistics, everyone has their own stuff and everything, and pretty much it's so bizarre. I mean, here's the tutorial, of course, but man, like, I don't know if there's like leading this to like a more spoiler kind of thing, but oh my god, is this shit so... I'm still trying to learn this, because if I remember correctly, oh god, I don't think I can save on save. If I remember correctly, like, Oh my god. I think it's like Danganronpa 4, the summer edition. And on that one, I don't know how to explain it, but like on that one, it's such a weird concept. It's pretty much a chessboard game, and supposedly all these school modes that you play over time, they teach you how to play that game. But I still don't even know how to play that game. I still don't even know half the characters in that game. But yeah, honestly, that's gonna conclude it for my Danganronpa, my first Danganronpa series. Because after this one, holy cow! So after this one, we pretty much have Danganronpa 2. Oh my god, it's so loud. Why is it so loud? That's better. Good to God. But yeah, so I guess next up, yeah, we're gonna be in the new Hope's Peaks Academy, which, well, I mean, it's gonna be Danganronpa 2, Goodbye Despair. Now, I do know, I'm not gonna be playing these in chronological order because, actually, I don't even know. Is there a chronological order? There might be, but yeah, this would be the second game that I'll be doing probably next week or the week after, because next next Wednesday or next Thursday, be ready because they're gonna be doing that whole Stellar Blade Near Automata thing, and I'm gonna be doing a full 12-hour, maybe 14-hour, whatever how long hour live stream I'm gonna be doing. I'm gonna live stream that game all day. But yeah, keep an eye out for this game. I'll probably be live streaming it maybe next Tuesday. If not next Tuesday, the next Tuesday after that, because I gotta start creating not creating a schedule, but I need to find out what the heck is going on my YouTube videos. Some of my YouTube videos, I've been trying to post them, and oh, copyright material, you have to remove this, and it's like, okay, so I have to remove it, try to fix it, try to do it, and get it up and going again. But yeah. Of course, like I tell everyone, please make sure you click that bell icon so you're notified when I live stream or the next time I upload. And yeah, I'll see y'all peeps later. So yeah, bye bye.